Chapter 51 The Sins of the World. The howling waves hit the small warship, and the short and narrow cabin made a creaking sound. After chatting with Hua Shaishan for a while, he returned to his cabin compartment and began to adjust his mood and enter combat mode. Since teacher Zifa was under extremely heavy political pressure in order for him to stay in the military academy, Ron naturally couldn't just muddle through. After wearing before, he had never felt this kind of feeling of being trusted, expected, and protected from another person. The earth may be very peaceful and tranquil, without war, but the relationship between people is far more complicated than this sea. Except for your parents and relatives, it is impossible to have a person like Zifa who is willing to silently bear all the pressures so that you can move forward peacefully. That hard-mouthed and tough old man, the old man who lost his wife and children and lost his arm, still loves his students even now. So Ron will never let him down. When others treat you well, please don't forget that they originally could not do that. Go all out, only with strong strength and achievements can you live up to the expectations and trust of teacher Zifa. So he restrained his emotions, his expression gradually became solemn, and took out the top-secret document that Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan had just given him. The document envelope was very thin, and Ron opened the envelope with a solemn face. There was a bounty order inside. Bounty of 20 million Baileys, fanatical explosion pirates, Captain Gerard. The photo on the bounty order is a blonde man with a skeleton-like body, long hair, and a burning town behind him. Ron subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Gerald is a name he has never heard of. The back of the bounty order simply states the activities of the fanatical explosion pirates in recent times. In addition, no information is given about the specific location, the abilities of Gerard and his pirates, whether there are devil fruit users in the pirate group, the weapons they have, the size and number of warships, social relations, etc. These are all information that the cadets who need to perform internship tasks have to find ways to obtain by themselves. It's really embarrassing. I guess many people will not be able to complete this task this time. Ron couldn't help shaking his head. Intelligence is crucial to the Navy's actions to fight pirates, and can even directly affect the success or failure of a crusade or determine the casualties of the Navy. This sea is full of all kinds of strange things. A variety of combat systems, dazzling weapons, and unknown and mysterious devil fruit abilities. If you are not careful, even a powerful Navy fleet will be overturned. This is not a simple crusade or killing mission. Obtaining target intelligence is only the first step. Then, according to the characteristics, personality, and ability of the target, arrange the battlefield, evacuate the crowd, avoid large-scale casualties, and finally block the escape of the target pirate group. This kind of task volume is directly beyond the standard. In the dim cabin, Ron looked at the bounty in his hand and fell into deep thought. The waves with rich frequencies hit the hull, making the oil lamp hanging on the cabin wall shake. At the same time, the first half of the Grand Line, an island 2,000 miles away from the Seven Waters. Boom! A shocking explosion exploded. And a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A giant pillar of fire like purgatory hung between the sky and the earth. The rolling black smoke was like the devil's big hand, pulling the clouds in the sky and covering the sun's rays. The sky became dim, and the world in front of me seemed to be only a blood-red flame. Boom! Buildings collapsed one after another under the erosion of the spreading flames, making a dull loud noise, and the wreckage of the buildings was everywhere. On the dilapidated streets, under the charred buildings, there were corpses of civilians lying everywhere, dark red blood flowing all over the ground, and then quickly dried by the heat of the flames, leaving only a dark red mark. Wailing came from all over the village, the crying of babies, the screaming of women, and the painful roar of men, and finally they were drowned by the even louder explosions. No! Please! Don't kill her! Please, have mercy! My wife, she's pregnant! In front of a collapsed building that was blazing with flames, a man knelt on the ground, crying and shouting while grabbing the trouser leg of a thin blonde young man, his desperate eyes full of pleading. Bang! The blonde man sneered and kicked him several meters away. His excessive thinness made his cheekbones very high, his eye sockets deep, and his expression was as ferocious as a devil. "Don't touch me with your dirty hands." He licked the corner of his mouth, and a sick smile appeared on his pale face. "Besides, being pregnant, isn't that more exciting?" The man spat out blood wildly, knelt on the ground and curled up, but raised his head with difficulty. In his vision blurred by tears and blood, he saw his gentle wife being surrounded by several pirates with a grin. "No!" he roared heartbreakingly, but at this moment, there was a loud bang, and the building debris behind him collapsed again, submerging him completely. His figure was buried, and only a rough hand stretched out from the ruins, as if trying to grab something. Dead. Everyone is dead. The villagers are all dead. Half an hour later, the woman's screams stopped. The complacent pirates sat in the ruins. "Captain Gerard, this thing is really amazing." "Yes, yes. Just a little bit, and you can blow up a building. With this thing, let alone the navy, even the so-called 4 emperors of the New World are vulnerable in front of us." Seeing the village turned into a sea of fire, the pirates showed cruel smiles on their cunning and treacherous faces. One of the young pirates suddenly said seriously, "But Boss Gerard, if we are so high profile, will we attract the pursuit of the elite navy troops?" Gerald, with blonde hair, threw a bright red test tube in his hand, and smiled playfully. "Navy! Tisk, 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 tisk." He suddenly pulled out a long knife from his waist and tore open the throat of the young pirate with a hiss. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The young pirate covered his throat with both hands, his face full of disbelief, but the hot blood flowed out from between his 5 fingers. "Why?" A few seconds later, he fell to the ground, his body twitched a few times, and his eyes stared at the man with messy blonde hair in fear and confusion. Gerald licked the blood on the tip of the knife and suddenly roared angrily. "Navy! Who do you think I am? Besides, I have contacted that adult. With the support of that adult, the Admiral of the Navy dare not trouble me. I am Gerald." He suddenly raised the long knife and held it with his backhand, with the tip of the knife facing down. "Stab it down! Pull it out! Stab it down! Pull it out!" One knife after another, even though the young pirate had already lost his life. One after another, hideous blood holes appeared on the body of the young pirate, and the splashing blood dyed Gerard's clothes, hair, and face red. Until Gerard threw the knife to the ground panting, he laughed wildly at the sky. "No one can punish me." The flames in the town were surging more and more. The flickering flames made the blonde man's thin, bloody face look as ugly and terrifying as a demon. Chapter 52, Peace is the General's Determination. In the dim cabin, the lights were flickering. Ron closed his eyes slightly and sat cross-legged on the deck. The dark yellow lights cast a long shadow on his figure on the deck. It was quiet. He slowly raised his hand and made a ninjutsu gesture. Shadow clone technique. Release. At the same time, in Ron's dormitory at the Marine Headquarters Marineford Military Academy, 2 identical Rons were stunned at the same time, and then with a bang, they all turned into smoke and disappeared on the spot. In the cabin, Ron's body suddenly trembled violently, his eyebrows twisted like 2 strands of hemp rope, and his face changed. The training experience and memory from the 2 shadow clones, as he unlocked the shadow clone technique, poured into his mind like a tide, and became part of his combat power. After a while, Ron raised his tired eyelids and gasped for breath. Any ninjutsu has risks. The consequences of abusing ninjutsu can be big or small. Although the shadow clone technique is only a B-level ninjutsu, it is actually more practical than many A-level and even S-level ninjutsu are stronger. Using shadow clones to practice is not Ron's original idea. In the original plot of Naruto, Naruto used the same method when practicing the nature change of Rei's Nanwin style. But he is not Naruto. There is no tailed beast with nearly infinite chakra sealed in his body, and he is not the reincarnation of Ashura. Everything he has and every step forward can only be groped and moved forward with difficulty by himself, and every step can bleed. So when he unlocks the ninjutsu and recovers the experience, memory, and skills gained from the practice of the shadow clones, he will also bear the memory pain brought by the 2 shadow clones during the practice. This pain is hidden in the memory, not the physical pain on the body, but a memory illusion, but it will also cause heavy pressure and burden on Ron's nerves and spirit. In other words, it is a splitting headache. It hurts so much. A bitter smile appeared on Ron's slightly pale face, but this bitterness was soon replaced by abundant joy. The training experience from the 2 shadow clones made him more proficient in the mastery of the Navy 6 styles and other fighting skills. The picture and body instinct imprinted in the deepest part of his memory seemed to be practiced with Ron himself. Thinking of this, Ron suddenly raised an index finger, his eyes fixed and stabbed at a deck in front of him. Puff! A tiny hole suddenly appeared on the 10-centimeter thick wooden board, and the outside sunlight passed through the hole. The hole penetrated in, like a small beam of light. Dust flew in the light, and Ron couldn't help but smile. Finger gun. This is one of the 6 styles of the Navy. Finally, with my own strength, I can use the 6 styles of the Navy without releasing the 8 gates. It works. It really works. Using the shadow clone to practice, speeding up my practice several times, this method really works. Although the process of absorbing the shadow clone's memory was quite painful, and the brain seemed to be pierced by needles, but is it important? Not important at all. As long as I can get stronger and get stronger quickly, what does this pain count for? The most important thing is that the reason why Ron wants to get stronger now is it's not just himself anymore. He thought of the stubborn old man with purple hair. As a time traveler, he knew his ending. In the original plot, after teaching his last batch of students, Zephyr decided to go out to sea again to form a pirate guerrilla team and arrest pirates with special abilities. After the war on the top, because the pirate who cut off his arm was invited by the government to be the king of the 7 warlords of the sea, Zephyr was completely disappointed with the Navy. He openly judged the Navy, formed the Neo-New Navy, and wanted to kill all the pirates. But the Navy regarded him as a betrayal and sent a large army to conquer the Neo-New Navy. He died on a deserted island where no one cared. His 3 most proud students, one gave the order, one took action, and one buried the grave. The Navy hero became a betrayer of justice, died of thirst in a foreign land, died in the hands of his students as a betrayer, and ended his life sadly. This should not be the ending that the old man should have. So Ron wanted to change. He is not a selfless person, nor is he a saint with overflowing love. But he will not take the old man's kindness to him for granted. Nothing is taken for granted. Repaying kindness is the common sense of the world. So he must work harder and fight harder. Peace is determined by the general. As a Navy admiral, Zifa has devoted his life to justice and trained countless Navy generals. The prosperity of the Navy and justice today is almost created by him. So, General Yingxiu sees peace. Ron's eyes gradually became firm, and his eyes radiated bright light in the darkness. Knock knock knock. A gentle knock on the door came from outside the cabin. Ron, pack up what you need, we have arrived at the mission area. It was Hua Shaishan's voice. Yes, Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan. Ron replied. He sat up from the ground. He put the kunao, shuriken and other ninja tools into the ninja tool bag and tied it to his thigh. He casually picked up a military cap with the seagull logo and put it on, tidied his military uniform, straightened his military cap, and pushed the door open to go out. Outside the door, Hua Shaishan, biting a cigar, looked at Ron, who was as powerful as a sword out of his sheath, and couldn't help but dazed. Why does this kid seem to, his aura has become stronger again? He suppressed his curiosity and shock, and said in a deep voice. Military school students, from this second on, your internship mission officially begins. During the mission, even if you are threatened enough to be fatal, none of us here will help. You can decide to terminate the mission at any time. Termination of the mission will be regarded as a mission failure. We will escort you back to the Navy headquarters. The consequence of mission failure is that you will not be able to graduate from the military academy, and you will enter the Army as a private first class. During the mission, whether innocent civilians are harmed, whether the country's political relations are affected, and your various personal performances will directly affect your mission evaluation. The above is what you need to know. Are you ready? Hua Shaishan stared at the Navy boy in front of him with a serious look. Ron raised his hand to press down his military cap, raised his head, and raised a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. Let's get started. Chapter 53 The Gap Between Dreams and Reality. The warship docked, and the shiny black rudder splashed into the water. The board was put down, and Hua Shaishan made a gesture of "You go ahead." Ron nodded, without objection, and walked down the warship from the board and onto the land. Hua Shaishan and several members of the inspection team of the headquarters followed closely with expressionless faces, following behind Ron. From this moment on, Ron's internship mission officially began. All the policies and plans of the actions were made by Ron himself, and Hua Shaishan and his team were only responsible for supervising and recording Ron's mission performance. This is an island that is not prosperous but peaceful enough. The town is called Rianher, which is about thousands of nautical miles away from the Seven Waters city. Shops and buildings are lined on both sides of the town's streets, pedestrians come and go, and the vendors' hawking sounds are lively. But Ron found that when they, wearing military uniforms, walked on the street, the pedestrians and vendors around them looked at them nervously and carefully stayed away. Some shops even closed the gates directly, and vendors pushed carts and fled. Seeing this scene, Ron's mouth twitched. Hua Shaishan's expression was also slightly embarrassed. Ron walked to a meat shop, the owner of which was a rough man with a blunt face. "What kind of meat do you want to buy?" The butcher was cutting meat with his head down, smiling and greeting enthusiastically while looking up. But when he saw Ron's military uniform, a trace of fear appeared on his face. "See, Admiral." He seemed to remember something, and said with a pale face and trembling voice, "Our management fee has been paid at the beginning of the month, please be merciful." Ron frowned, and he had roughly guessed something in his heart. He sighed secretly, and a gentle smile appeared on his face and said, "Boss, I am not here to collect management fees. We are the Navy of the headquarters of the Navy. This time we come here to defeat a pirate. Have you heard of the fanatical explosion pirate group?" Hearing that they were not here to collect management fees, the butcher immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled foolishly and touched his head and said, "Ah, it turns out to be the Navy Lord of the headquarters. Hello, what is the name of the pirate group you are talking about?" "Fanatical explosion pirates." "What explosion?" "Fanatical explosion." "Fanatical what explosion?" Ron's mouth twitched, and he simply asked, "Have there been any large-scale casualties or pirate robberies near the island recently?" The rough boss thought for a while, glanced nervously at Ron and Hua Shaishan and others behind him, shook his head like a rattle and said, No. I didn't see it. The people in our town are very good. They pay the management fee to the resident Navy Lord every month. How could any pirate dare to come and rob?" Ron suddenly fell silent. He nodded to the butcher and said, "Okay, thank you for your help." He turned and left. After seeing Ron and others leave, the rough man breathed a sigh of relief. Ron and his companions walked quietly on the street without saying a word. Hua Shaishan looked at Ron's back, which seemed to have become heavier, with mixed feelings. The military academy is the cradle of righteous generals. And Marineford is the holy land of justice. Military academy students like Ron, because they have been in the academy for a long time to receive the best training and the goodwill of all the Navy, have a different mentality from many Navy on this sea. They are the pride of heaven, who always speak of justice every day and have a strong sense of superiority and justice. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. In addition to testing the personal abilities of the military academy students, the internship mission also has another deeper consideration, which is to let them thoroughly understand the truth of this sea. It turns out that not every Navy is as kind, brave and just as Mr. Zifa. It turns out that the Navy is not respected in every place, and in some remote places, it is as feared and despised as gangsters. This strong contrast to reality can easily cause a strong shock to the immature and fledgling military academy students, and then fall into endless self-confusion. But Ron's performance was somewhat beyond Hua Shaishan's expectations. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "You don't seem surprised?" Ron, who was walking in front, shook his head and said, "Every place has its own living conditions and operating rules. The most important thing for me now is to complete my mission. Of course, I do feel a little disappointed," Hua Shaishan said lightly. "Will you question the headquarters?" Ron still shook his head. No matter how powerful the headquarters is, it can't manage every corner of the sea in an orderly manner. The resident Navy charges the so-called management fee in this way, which is indeed against justice and military regulations. The butcher is just playing dumb. He may know that there will be pirates looting nearby, or he may not know, but whether he knows or not, he dare not say it. Since I have revealed my identity, he can't tell the truth. He still has to live. I understand him very well." Ron can see the expression of the butcher, which is a kind of tension and fear hidden in his heart. In his opinion, although Ron was young, he represented the Navy headquarters after all. If he dared to report the news of pirates looting nearby to the Navy headquarters, and let the Navy stationed in this town know, his store would probably not be able to run. He just wanted to live, which was not wrong. All Ron could do was to find another way. Hua Shaishan heard Ron's words, and his eyes flashed with undisguised admiration. Favorability plus 30. Talking about justice in vain cannot save the world. Ideals are beautiful and desirable, but they are also distant and vague. If you want to practice justice, you have to put it into practice. But reality is far more complicated than ideals. Similar things happened in a previous military academy class. At that time, the freshman was a hot-blooded young man who wanted to fight pirates. He tried every means to interrogate and even reported to the headquarters that the Navy stationed there had taken bribes. The headquarters took action. All the Navy stationed there was dismissed and cleared. But later, the family of the civilian who informed the information was brutally killed by pirates in revenge. What about the Navy stationed there? Oh, they were all dismissed, so they naturally would not protect the family. This is the cruelty of reality. This is certainly not right. This is certainly not a correct phenomenon that should exist. But since it exists, there must be a reasonable component. It is a good thing to want to change, but you can't change blindly and recklessly. Hua Shaishan can clearly sense the anger in Ron's heart, but he suppressed it with calmness and reason. Just this point alone makes him much better than countless military academy students in the past. Hua Shaishan is looking forward to Ron's performance more and more. What I want to write is a real and vivid pirate world, not an invincible article that sweeps all the way and kills everyone in seconds. Pirates are my youth, and I don't think it can be perfunctory with a plot that pushes all the way. But this means a slow start, which also means a low follow-up rate and a low completion rate. After all, such a text does not suit the appetite of most people. A cool article, one who is seen in a second, pretending to be cool and slapping in the face, these are all very good. But I don't like it. Thank you readers who can read this far, I promise that the following content will be very exciting. Please give me 5-star praise. Please urge me to update. Chapter 54 The Hand Stretched Out from the Ruins. The sunset gradually descended on the town of Rheinhill, and the orange-red afterglow spread all over the earth. Smoke gradually rose from every household, and old people were sitting and chatting in the streets and alleys. The housewife in an apron shouted to the children chasing and playing on the street to go home for dinner, and the man dragged his tired body on the way home, but the moment he stepped into the house, a happy smile appeared on his face again. Looking at the peaceful and harmonious scene in front of him, Ron couldn't help but smile. Home is always a place where you can feel at ease and let go of all your vigilance and defense. Just when he was in a daze, a short figure suddenly hit his knees, and then fell to the ground with a plop. Ron was startled, and when he looked down, he saw a little kid with a runny nose. "I'm sorry, Uncle." The kid didn't cry. When he looked around and found that his parents were not around, he stood up from the ground with tears in his eyes and apologized to Ron timidly. Ron touched his nose. Has he become an uncle without realizing it? He shook his head and rubbed the kid's head with a smile. "It's okay, go play." He saw a few kids of his age waiting for him with sticks not far away. The kid nodded, picked up the stick that fell on the ground, and ran towards the kids with a smile, waving the stick in his hand. "You evil guys! Wait for me, I'm a righteous navy." It turned out to be a game of playing house. Ron smiled dumbly. Then he saw the kids grinning and making faces at the kid who called himself Navy, laughing and saying, "Humph! I am a pirate famous in the New World. When I grow up, I must go to sea. I want to be the Pirate King. Come on! Navy, I am not afraid of you." The kids ran to the far end of the street while playing and disappeared at the end of the street a few seconds later. The laughter disappeared in the afterglow of the sunset. Ron was stunned. He stared blankly at the direction where the kids disappeared, opened his mouth, and couldn't say a word. He was in a complicated mood. "Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, this is..." He didn't realize that his voice had become hoarse. Hua Shaishan sighed and said with a gloomy look, "Yes, this is the norm in this sea, this is, the Great Pirate Era." Ron was silent. In this era, even children want to go out to sea to become pirates. Evil is actually worthy of praise and yearning. But the righteous navy is regarded as a flood and beast. Since Roger opened the Great Pirate Era, the number and quality of our navy's recruitment have gradually declined. On this sea, many young people want to pursue the so-called freedom and dreams, and want to find the great treasure left by the Pirate King. Hua Shaishan stood behind Ron and sighed. This is the most terrible thing in the Great Pirate Era. The hope of the world lies in the next generation, but if no one in the next generation wants to be a navy, and everyone wants to be a pirate, this world will be hopeless. Ron stood there for a long time. At this moment, I don't know why, he suddenly remembered the old figure sitting alone in the office of the military academy. If the old man who gave everything for justice saw this scene, he would probably be very heartbroken, right? No. Ron shook his head subconsciously. He probably has seen it before, even more than once. Maybe that's why he's so protective of his students. Because, in this era, there are too few young people who advocate justice. He must protect every young person who can shoulder the responsibility of justice. Even if the probability is extremely slim. Ron couldn't help but clench his fists. "Let's go, Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan. It's time to complete my mission." Just at this moment, a figure who was running wildly and staggering suddenly rushed out from a corner of an alley not far away, and then fell to the ground. "Ah! Someone's dead!" The surrounding civilians screamed in fear and stepped back. Ron's face changed slightly and he ran over. The man's head was covered with blood, and his back seemed to be burned by high-temperature flames, charred black. And bloody wounds were exposed under the burned clothes. "What happened to you? Contact the hospital." Ron turned his head and shouted at the frightened civilians not far away. A large hand suddenly pressed down on Ron's shoulder. Ron was stunned, and turned his head to see Hua Shaishan shaking his head gloomily. Is there no hope? Quickly notify the Navy. Maple Leaf Town, I'm back from Maple Leaf Town. A charred, bloody hand suddenly grabbed Ron's arm tightly. The dying man let out a sad roar. Explosion, flames, all dead, pirates are coming. People in Maple Leaf Town, all dead. After the man finished his last sentence, he lost his breath. Maple Leaf Town. Explosion. Pirates. A flash of light exploded in Ron's mind like thunder. The skinny blonde man on the bounty order flashed in his mind. It was his mission target, the fanatic bomb pirates, Gerald. Go, let the garrison navy handle this. Hua Shaishan reminded at this time. Ron took a deep look at the bloody arm that was holding him tightly, as if grasping the last ray of life, gritted his teeth, and stood up suddenly. As soon as he stepped on the ground, his figure rushed in a certain direction. When he landed on the island, he had bought a nearby map on the island. Maple Leaf Town is only 10 kilometers away from the town where they are. Running all the way. Hua Shaishan and other headquarters navy who followed closely behind Ron were secretly surprised by the physical strength and speed that Ron burst out at this moment. Didn't he say that he was a new recruit in the military academy? How come his physical fitness is so strong? It is said that he is the chief of this military academy, and teacher Zifa is very optimistic about him. So that's why, no wonder. The members of the headquarters inspection team exchanged glances and whispered to each other. Their duty was to record all of Ron's performance during the mission. Ron ignored the whispers of the sailors behind him. He just ran wildly. The bloody handprint on the sleeve of his military uniform seemed to be so clear that it was about to burn. All the civilians in a town died? He couldn't believe it. He passed through the jungle, through the wilderness, and took a short and narrow path. The road in front of him suddenly opened up. He suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? Hua Shaishan, who was following closely behind Ron, looked up in confusion, and then froze in place. Shock was written all over his face. A bloody smell dyed the ground in front of him red. The thick smoke that seemed to never dissipate filled the air, filling the whole town with the smell of gunpowder. If the hellish ruins in front of him could still be called a town. The maple trees on both sides of the road were still burning with the embers of the flames. The wreckage of collapsed buildings and houses filled the field of vision. What was even more terrifying was the corpses. The corpses were everywhere, densely packed. From the entrance of the town's street to the far distance, there were corpses lying in all directions. Some were blown to pieces. Some were burned to only charred bones. The corpses were everywhere. Such a tragic scene. And the fusion of the strange stench of gunpowder, explosives, dust, and flesh and blood. It made Hua Shaishan, who had experienced many battles, feel a little uncomfortable. A young member of the inspection team behind him bent down and vomited. Seeing this, Hua Shaishan couldn't help but look at the navy boy standing motionless in front of him with worry. Then he saw Ron stepping forward expressionlessly. He walked straight into this town. It was as if he walked into a hell on earth. Hua Shaishan obviously noticed that Ron's state and mood were a little wrong, and followed him quickly. The ruins of collapsed buildings. The charred bodies. The town was burning. The expressionless navy boy walked here. He stopped in front of a house. Because he saw a hand. A purple-black hand stretched out from the ruins of the building with difficulty, as if trying to grab something. Chapter 55. Is this the era you want, One Piece? The smoke billowed and drifted obliquely towards the sunset. The burning town, the remains of corpses. Everything in front of us seemed to have become a huge tomb to bury people's hearts. Everyone was silent, as if they had become sculptures in the wind, motionless. They only felt that there was something hot and boiling in their chests, which was about to burst out of their throats, and they couldn't feel relieved unless they vomited it out. The sound of the wind was bleak. The hand that stretched out from the ruins was pointing in the direction of a corpse. Unlike other corpses in this town that were scorched by explosions and flames, this corpse had no signs of burning. But there was another kind of mark that was more unbearable than burning. Hua Shaishan lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and suppressed the raging anger in his heart. The members of the inspection team behind him had red eyes. They had never seen such a tragic and cruel scene. "She's pregnant." Ron suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. His tone was stiff, like a hard stone rubbing against the ground. Hua Shaishan and others were suddenly moved, and their eyes fell on the woman's body at the same time. Her belly was slightly bulging. She was pregnant. They saw her eyes. It was obvious that her life had been cut off long ago, and her body had already turned cold. But her eyes were still wide open, with a kind of despair that could not be described in words. Empty, terrified, as if she had lost her soul. One body, two lives. At this moment, the hearts of Ron and others were colder than the woman's body, colder than the cold wind whistling around. They understood instantly everything was gone, and everyone's pupils were filled with hideous bloodshot. That damned group of pirates tortured his pregnant wife to death in front of her husband while the man was still alive in the ruins. The flames were swaying, and the ashes were flying. The setting sun shone on Ron's thin figure. At this time, the wind blew, and a tattered book flew out from the ruins of the house and fell at Ron's feet. Ron bent down without saying a word, picked up the thin book on the ground, and opened it. "This is a diary. Today I moved to Maple Leaf Town. This is a really beautiful place, with maple trees planted everywhere. I will live here in the future. With my carpentry skills, I should be able to live a good life, right? Yes, I can. Come on. You are the best, Carl." Haiwan calendar September 13, 1519. I feel like I like her. She is the most beautiful girl in the town, and I will never forget that scene. She was wearing a white dress, sitting under the maple tree, quietly reading a book. Autumn is here. And the leaves of the maple tree are also bright red, so beautiful. But not as beautiful as her. Haiwan calendar October 1, 1519. I talked to her. Her name is Kelly. She speaks so nicely. I feel that I am a broken carpenter, and I am not worthy of her, so let's just forget it. Haiwan calendar October 2, 1519. Uncle John next door said that men should be brave. How can you know it's impossible without trying? Uncle John made a lot of sense. But I have to prepare a little gift first. October 13, 1519, Haiwan calendar. She agreed. She agreed. I gave her the wooden comb I made by myself, and she smiled so beautifully. October 15, 1519, Haiwan calendar. We are getting married. At the wedding, a shooting star streaked across the sky, and everyone at the wedding closed their eyes and made a wish. She asked me what wish I made. But I was so busy looking at her that I didn't remember to make a wish. She said the shooting star was beautiful. But I don't think the shooting star is as beautiful as her. However, if I really have to make a wish, I hope we can live a peaceful life and be together forever. Haiwan calendar 1520 February 14th. She's pregnant. Ha 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 ha. We've agreed that if it's a boy, he'll be named Adam, and if it's a girl, she'll be named Anne. I decided to make some toys for our children, so that when they come into this world, there will be lovely gifts waiting for them. March 28, 1520, Haiwan calendar. The diary ends here. The pages after that were burned by the flames. Ron stood there in a daze, holding the diary tightly, shaking uncontrollably. His face was pale. In the ruins in front of him, a small wooden horse burned black by the flames could be vaguely seen lying there, alone. In his mind, the warm and beautiful pictures described in the diary flashed one after another. He saw a simple-looking man infatuated. He saw the man approach the girl reading quietly under the maple tree in a daze. He saw the man approach the girl carefully, as if he was afraid of breaking some precious treasure. He saw the man's excitement and heartbeat after talking to the girl for the first time, and then he couldn't sleep all night. He saw the man bending over and using the tools in his hands to carefully carve out an exquisite wooden comb. He saw the man and the girl's simple but laughter-filled wedding. He saw the girl looking up at the shooting stars with longing, while the man's eyes never left the girl's face. He saw them get married, start a family, and build their happy home. He saw the moment they learned about the pregnancy, the man picked up the girl and spun around in ecstasy. He saw the man get up in the middle of the night to build a wooden horse for the child under the moonlight while his wife was asleep. Ron saw it all. But he should have seen more. He should have seen their child being born, the man kissing his wife with a happy face while holding the baby. He should have seen the child rocking on a small wooden horse in the sunset, his wife cooking in the kitchen, and the man making furniture in the small yard. He should have seen them living a plain and happy life. But he didn't see these. Because of this great pirate era. The corpses in front of him. The ruins in front of him. Originally a happy and complete family. A whole warm spring once bloomed here. But now it's gone. Because of this damn great pirate era. Hee, ha 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 ha. Ron, who was hunched over, suddenly burst into hoarse laughter, which gradually expanded and finally became hoarse, filled with unspeakable madness. He laughed directly to tears. Fuck freedom. Fuck dreams. Fuck One Piece. Fuck Pirate King. Fuck the great pirate era. At one point, Ron went crazy and started cursing, a wave of heart-pounding killing intent gushed out of his body. Dead. All dead. Carl and Kelly, both dead. All the people in Maple Leaf Town, all fucking dead. Ron's eyes were full of bloodshot. Looking at the family of three in front of him, and the smoke-filled ruined town in the distance, for the first time, Ron hated his talent so much for being so weak. If his talent was strong enough, he would be able to learn the impure world reincarnation from the Book of Seals, and then reincarnate the so-called Pirate King Roger from the underworld, grab his neck with his own hands, and make him kneel here to question him. Pirate King, is this what you dreamed of? He wanted to let that damn Gold Roger see with his own eyes the tragedy of thousands of lives in Maple Leaf Town. All of this. Is the great pirate era that he opened with a few casual words really what he wanted? The people here, they just want to live a peaceful life. Angry. Ron felt angry. Uncontrollable, violent, anger. Chapter 56. A photo. Ask for a 5-star review. Ron. Hua Shaishan looked at the out-of-control Navy boy in front of him with complicated eyes, and spoke in a low voice. But as soon as he said this, Ron shook his head and said, Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, I'm fine, don't worry. He stood in the tragic sunset, thinking of many things in his mind. He remembered the tired and old face of Mr. Zifa, and his huge mechanical arm. He remembered the butcher's nervousness and fear of the Navy. He remembered the children who laughed and shouted, I want to be a pirate, I want to go to sea to find treasure. He also remembered the man who fell in a pool of blood with a charred hand holding him tightly and shouting, Go find the Navy. All kinds of chaotic thoughts hit his brain like a landslide and tsunami, making him feel dizzy and nauseous. Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, how do you think we can end this era of pirates? Ron suddenly asked such a question in a hoarse voice. Hua Shaishan was stunned when he heard the words, and then fell into a deep silence. He raised his head and looked at the bloody scene in hell in front of him, and confusion gradually filled his always firm eyes. I don't know either. His voice was a little weak. Yes, he didn't know. Pirates can never be killed. Evil will always exist. With a few simple words before his execution, Pirate King Roger opened an unprecedented era of chaos. The values of this era are completely subverted. Even the Navy can only passively enforce justice and punish evil pirates, but cannot fundamentally solve the problem from the source. For no other reason, because people are greedy and impulsive. Ambition is endless. The opening of the Great Pirate Era, is it really that Roger, the Pirate King, has the appeal and reputation to change the entire era by himself? No. He just triggered people's greed and ambition. Find one piece, find the great secret treasure, and you can become the Pirate King with power, fame, wealth, and everything. I'm sorry. Hua Shaishan whispered. Ron smiled numbly. It's okay. He looked at the several members of the inspection team behind Hua Shaishan and forced a smile. Can you help me count the casualties in Maple Leaf Town? The members of the inspection team looked at each other, and finally all of them looked at Hua Shaishan at the same time. Hua Shaishan waved his hand and said, Go ahead. Counting casualties is not part of the mission assessment, so it's not a violation. So several members of the inspection team immediately took action. A few minutes later, they returned to Ron and Hua Shaishan again. One of them raised his hand and saluted, Report to Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan, there are a total of 1,526 people in Maple Leaf Town. He paused, trying to calm his tone, no one survived. Hua Shaishan clenched his fists tighter after hearing the report. Have the information and files been saved? The member of the inspection team raised the camera in his hand and nodded respectfully. It has been recorded. Hua Shaishan nodded. Take a photo of this. Ron, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. His tone was very stiff, and even had a hint of command. A tone that could not be refused. The members of the inspection team were stunned and looked in the direction Ron pointed. He pointed to the ruins in front of him. To be more precise, he pointed to the hand that stretched out from the ruins. This is not something our inspection team should record. The member of the inspection team whispered. They only recorded Ron's internship tasks, and other irrelevant information would not be recorded. I say, take a photo of this too. Ron said coldly. His eyelids drooped slightly, as if he was suppressed by the raging waves. The members of the inspection team were immediately embarrassed. Hua Shaishan asked, Ron, what are you doing? Ron's tone exuded a cold murderous intent. Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan, I know this is not within the scope of my mission record. But I still insist on taking a photo. Hua Shaishan frowned and said. Why? Ron looked up at the sunset in the sky. Because if we don't record all of this, don't take this photo and make it public, then it is estimated that countless ignorant young people on this sea will still think that going out to sea as a pirate is a very glorious thing. Hua Shaishan was instantly moved when he heard this. The figures of the children playing house flashed in his mind. He understood what Ron meant. Record it, contact the intelligence department later, and make this photo public. Hua Shaishan gave a serious order. The members of the inspection team nodded. He came to the ruins, raised the camera in his hand, and pressed the shutter towards the hand that stretched out from the ruins and the body of the woman not far away. Click! A photo was frozen. In a dilapidated and charred ruin. A withered arm stretched out from it, as if trying to grab something. But he was destined to catch nothing. In his hands, there was nothing but blood. Not far away, his beloved wife fell in a pool of blood. The background of all this was a town like a graveyard. Ron watched all this quietly, his expression seemed calm, but the knuckles of his hand holding the diary were faintly blue. He didn't say anything immediately, just turned around and squatted on the ground. He began to pick up the wreckage of the collapsed building in front of him. Rubble. Burning wood boards. Broken furniture. Heavy beams. The young Navy boy carefully turned them over with his bare hands and piled them on both sides. His hands were gradually cut and bleeding. But he had no expression on his face and didn't care. Hua Shaishan and other Navy officers stared at Ron's actions with their eyes wide open, and suddenly understood something, and joined in without any prior agreement. Soon, a bloody corpse was turned out. Ron sat on the ground, panting, his hands dripping with blood, but when he saw the face of the corpse, he was stunned. That face was exactly the same as he imagined. It was just as honest and simple, but also full of despair and pain. He felt his eyes moist. He staggered to his feet and walked towards the body of the man's wife. Ron took off his military jacket and put it on the woman's body. He was about to pick her up. Ding! A crisp, inappropriate sound suddenly came out. Something slipped out of the woman's clothes and fell to the ground. It was a red test tube. The test tube was filled with a blood-like transparent liquid, and a stone emitting a strange purple light floated in the liquid. Ron's pupils suddenly shrank, and an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly surged into his heart. Not good. Hua Shaishan's face changed drastically, and he cried out in fear. The liquid in the test tube boiled violently, and a heat visible to the naked eye was about to erupt from it. At this critical moment, the opening a cup ointment in Ron's mind was suddenly washed away by the surging chakra. The first gate of the 8 gates, open. The brain restrictions were 100% released, and Ron's body exploded with an amazing reaction speed. That test tube must not be hit violently. Such a thought flashed through Ron's brain, and a soft chakra wrapped around his feet. Without the slightest hesitation, he shot directly with great force. The red test tube turned into a blood-colored arc under the foot wrapped in soft chakra and shot into the distance. The next moment, boom! A huge pillar of blood-red flames rose into the sky in the jungle 100 meters away, accompanied by a huge explosion that shook the world. The rolling heat wave rushed in his face. The justice cloaks behind the navy fluttered. Hua Shaishan and the others looked at the giant pillar of fire that seemed to connect the sky and the earth with horror, their backs felt cold, and their hearts seemed to have set off a huge wave. Their faces were as pale as paper. Chapter 57 I feel so upset. Boom! The extremely hot heat wave spread from the distant jungle 100 meters away. Almost in an instant, everything within a radius of 10 meters from the center of the explosion in the jungle was submerged in the raging sea of fire, and the tall trees were ignited with flames that shot up into the sky. The trees farther away in the jungle were pressed down by the surging waves of fire and fell to both sides. The rolling flames were like huge red wings, licking the belly of the sky frantically. A huge black mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The navy stared at the terrifying scene in the jungle that was like purgatory in amazement, their hearts pounding. They never thought that the blood-colored test tube, which was only the thickness of 2 fingers, could cause such a terrible explosion with amazing power. What they didn't expect was that the frenzy explosion pirates, no, the cruel madman Frenzy Gerard, actually set a trap in the body of this woman. Only what kind of insidious, cruel, and cunning pirates could do this? Feeling the burning sensation in the air that almost burned their skin, breathing the heat that made their throats and noses smoke, the Navy members of the inspection team turned pale and fell to the ground, gasping for breath after surviving the disaster. They subconsciously focused their eyes on the panting Navy boy in front of them, and for a moment they felt that the boy's thin back was suddenly, he became extremely tall and majestic. If Ron hadn't reacted quickly enough and shot out the explosive in time, it is estimated that all of them would have been like the charred skeletons around them, and would have been directly destroyed by the horrible explosion. This kind of powerful high explosives is simply not something they can resist. Ron saved all of their lives. After all, even if Ron didn't clean up the woman's body, they would have done it. This is respect for the dead, and it is also the responsibility of their navy. It's just that if any of them were replaced, they would not have been able to react like Ron in that critical moment. Then their fate would naturally be clear. Hua Shaishan's throat rolled, and his face was uncertain. At this moment, he finally knew the ability of fanatical Gerard. He is not a devil fruit ability user at all. But he has such a powerful high explosive in his hands. Ron, I owe you a life. Hua Shaishan swallowed his saliva and said hoarsely. His face was extremely solemn. Ron shook his head indifferently, his eyes became more solemn than ever. In the deepest part of his pupils, the anger was even more uncontrollable. Fanatical Gerald, that madman dared to do this. He even used the bodies of civilians in a desperate way to teach the navy that came to chase him a lesson. He is provoking. Ron suddenly said. Hua Shaishan was stunned, and a lot of thoughts came to his mind at this moment. The inhumane tragedy of Maple Leaf Town. Raped his wife to death in front of her husband. The explosives buried in the body. And the power of the explosives. He suddenly gritted his teeth and said. Ron, the danger level of this guy Gerald has far exceeded the internship mission standard of military academy students. As the supervisor of your personal mission, I suggest that you give up the mission directly. He pointed to the ruined town around him and the blazing fire in the jungle in the distance. With the power of the explosives in Gerald's hands, his cruelty and cunning heart, and his traps and insight into people's hearts, his bounty is definitely more than 100 million Baileys. This is not a mission you can complete. However, facing Hua Shaishan's urgent voice, Ron just continued to shake his head and repeated a sentence. He is provoking. Hua Shaishan was stunned when he heard this. He heard the determination in Ron's tone. This little lunatic. Suddenly, bloodshot oozed from Hua Shaishan's eyes, and he couldn't help but yell at Ron. This mission is too dangerous. Do you understand? This is not a mission that a military academy student should or can complete. Are you going to die? He grabbed Ron's collar with one hand, raised his big hand, clenched it into a fist, and wanted to beat up this ignorant brat in front of him to wake him up. But the moment his fist was raised, Hua Shaishan was stunned. The fist could not fall again. Against the background of burning flames, he saw Ron's eyes. It was a hollow look that reflected the swaying flames. It was a look that no one could change. He seemed to see the raging waves in Ron's heart. Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan, he is provoking me. Ron said calmly. Besides, you don't have the power to force me to terminate the mission. This is my personal mission. As the leader of the inspection team, you have no power to interfere with any of my actions. No. You don't understand. Hua Shaishan roared with red eyes. I understand. Ron interrupted his roar coldly. The explosive in Gerard's hands is a kind of high explosive called dynamic rock. This explosive is extremely unstable. It will explode violently as long as it comes into contact with the air. Only a fingernail-sized amount is needed to blow a warship of the Demon Slayer Order to pieces. He is very familiar with the naval action formations and has a cunning personality. He will even arrange tragic scenes to set traps for explosives. He likes to torture people, especially watching people slowly fall into despair, waiting for death in powerlessness and fear. He enjoys killing, likes dramatic scenes, and treats other people's lives as a game. He is a complete lunatic. You are right. Such a lunatic who holds a terrifying explosive in his hand will indeed have a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys. He should not be included in the internship mission goals of military academy students at all. I understand everything you said. I understand better than anyone else. Ron smiled with difficulty. This is very dangerous. But this is not a matter of whether it is a mission or not. Hua Shaishan stared blankly at Ron's immature but resolute face, and said subconsciously. That guy may have set a trap for you. Ron grinned, I know. You are likely to die. I know. You could have stayed out of it. I know. Wait a few days, and the headquarters army will come to deal with him, I know. Hua Shaishan looked at Ron in disbelief. The latter was showing him a bright smile. But you still want to go? Ron smiled. He turned his head and looked at the two bodies on the ground. A man and a woman, leaning against each other because of the explosion just now, looked sweet and cold. He looked at the bloody handprint on the sleeve of his military uniform again. His last sight fell on the town that looked like a ruin. He looked at the flames all over the sky, and his plain narration sounded in the hot wind. The man who fled to Rianhill town with injuries all over his body, his last words before he died were, "Quickly notify the Navy." Those kids were playing house games, but the kids who played the role of the Navy still bravely rushed forward in the face of several times more pirates. More than 1,000 civilians in Maple Leaf Town, Carl and Kelly, they just wanted to live a peaceful and stable life. But in the end they died tragically in their homes. Our Navy failed to protect them, but at least we should do them justice. You asked me to wait a few days, but I don't want to wait. Justice delayed is not justice, I want justice now. If I stand here and do nothing. If I don't kill that damn guy Gerald. I feel so sad. Chapter 58 No More Maple Leaves Flying. Ask for a 5-star review. I feel so sad. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the Navy boy, whose collar was tightly grasped by a strong hand, said calmly. His tone was so light and indifferent, but the weight of his words was as heavy as a mountain. Hua Shaishan stared at Ron with his eyes blankly, and finally let go of his hand, staggering back 2 steps, as if his body had been drained of strength. He wanted to persuade him, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them, as if every word was of great weight, and he pressed his tongue tightly. He knew that he could never change the decision of the boy in front of him. He had seen the boy's eyes as calm as the deep sea on a man before. Perhaps only that man, the man they all called teacher, could change Ron's decision. So he was silent. And the surrounding inspectors also lowered their heads, not daring to look into the boy's sharp eyes. Ron slightly tidied his military uniform, and then buried his head in work again. He dug out a shovel from the ruins of the house and began to dig holes one after another on the ground nearby. Hua Shaishan sighed when he saw this, rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to help. Others also joined silently. An hour later, in Maple Leaf Town, simple graves were scattered all over the land, which was shocking from a distance. There were no tombstones. Only graves. Ron and his group stood in front of hundreds of graves with tired looks, and took off their military caps on their heads at the same time. It was called a grave, but it was actually just a pile of earth. But this was the best they could do. Ron lowered his head, put the military cap in his hand on his chest, and slowly closed his eyes. Others also lowered their heads. After a minute of silence, Ron opened his eyes, and the grief, sadness, and anger in his eyes had completely disappeared. Instead, there was deep calmness and rationality, and sharp and boundless divine light. He put the military cap on his head again, and straightened it. After taking a deep look at the graveyard in front of him, turned around suddenly. This mission brought him an unprecedented impact. He was a time traveler, and his previous understanding of this world was that of a bystander standing from the perspective of the protagonist. He saw the laughter and joy of the Straw Hat Pirates, and saw the dreams that everyone yearned for. He saw the brotherhood between Ace and Luffy, and the deep family affection of the Whitebeard Pirates. He saw the corruption of the Navy, thinking that the so-called Navy was just a group of termites and the government's lackeys. Even the high-ranking members of the Navy were either actors or lazy. He yearned for a free and unrestrained life on the sea. He liked the harmonious and happy atmosphere of Luffy's group. He liked Blackbeard, an ambitious man with deep mansions and extreme forbearance. Even a pirate like Crocodile who was plotting to seize the country and provoke war, he did not feel any disgust, but felt that the hero should be like this, and he would rather let the world down than let the world let him down. He saw the so-called dreams and passion, even if it was a pirate. The killing and crimes of them in the original book were just a few words. But at this moment, he finally understood that anime is always anime, not real reality. But he is living in reality now. The Maple Leaf Town behind him, the graves all over the mountains, the thousands of corpses buried deep in the ground, are all living, fresh people. People brag about Pirate King Roger, but no one remembers that Guy slaughtered an entire country's army to help his companions. People are sad about Ace's death, but no one remembers that he destroyed several warships and hundreds of navy as soon as he appeared. People are excited about Luffy's dream, but no one remembers that in order to save his brother, he killed all the extremely evil criminals in the entire Impel Down. Let him go. But Ron remembered. This is the reality. Is it wrong to pursue freedom and dreams? Yes. But if you put the pursuit of freedom and dreams above the happiness and even life of others, it is wrong. When you have not experienced some pain personally, you will think that the winner is worthy of praise and worship. But what if you are one of the victims? What if your family becomes poor because of the pirates' looting? What if you are a member of the warship hit by Ace's fire fist? What if you live in Alabasta and die of thirst because of drought? What if you do not have any devil fruit ability, nor any talent and inheritance for cultivation, but are just an ordinary person living on this sea among the countless people? Do you still think that the Navy is trash and pirates are YYDS? The Navy is not necessarily righteous, but pirates will inevitably bring sin. Even the protagonists are the same. Because every time they escaped from the Navy, every time the bounty was raised, more young people would be called upon and encouraged to go out to sea as pirates. They might not do evil, but what about those who went out to sea because they admired them? Ron didn't know what justice was. He didn't know what kind of justice he would shoulder. These questions were too early for him now. He didn't want to know. But he knew that he had to do something. Even if it was a trivial matter. That day, Ron, the time traveler, saw the cruel and cold side of the sea for the first time. When he came to the entrance of Maple Leaf Town, he suddenly stopped. He wanted to look back and take another look at this beautiful town that should have been peaceful and tranquil, with red maple leaves flying all over the sky. But he didn't dare. He clenched his fists. Carl, Kelly. Maple Leaf Town. He silently repeated it in his heart several times, as if he had left a mark in his heart, and as if he had shouldered some kind of responsibility. Hwashaishin and other Navy officers silently looked at his thin back with complicated eyes. At a certain moment, Ron let out a long breath and took another step. The wind rose. The dirty and tattered military uniform on his body was blown up by the strong wind. The remaining setting sun shone down from the dim sky and shone on him. It made him exude a murderous intent, as if he was covered in blood and glowing red. Red as blood, red to the bone. The military uniform made a crackling sound in the strong wind, as if brewing endless iron and blood. He still held the half-burned diary tightly in his hand. This year, the wind of peace did not come. Carl's wish to the shooting star did not come true. That little wooden horse has no owner. In Maple Leaf Town, there are no more maple leaves flying in the sky. Well, let me talk a little about my thoughts on this book. First of all, I like the anime One Piece very much, otherwise I wouldn't have written such a story. A few years ago, when I was still young, I also liked the adventures of the protagonists, admired Roger's domineering, and liked villains like Blackbeard and Crocodile very much. After all, they all have their own charms. However, as I have grown older in recent years, I am about to turn 30 and become an uncle, and I have different ideas about many things. It can be said that I am a literary youth, or it can be said that for some other reasons, I like to delve into some issues more. Pirates, Navy, sin, justice, are these really as simple and intuitive as we see in anime? Or if we put ourselves in that huge worldview and put ourselves in the identity of ordinary people, will we get different answers? This book wants to explore such a question. Don't worry, I won't describe Roger, Luffy, Crocodile, and other pirates as evil and disgusting villains. I still have some writing skills. Their lives will still be wonderful, and their stories will still be brilliant. But what I want to write is another person's story. The story of an ordinary person. He likes to be in the limelight, likes to pretend, and is sometimes timid, but he doesn't let down at critical moments. He may be a little cunning and clever, but his values are absolutely positive. After all, the education he received and the country he came from made him kind and well educated. This is a long story. Maybe it's my last story. Writing books full-time is really not profitable. But don't worry, this book will be finished, at least, 1 million words. If the results are really not good, I will finish it while looking for a job. I hope you will like it when you read this. March 7, 2022. By the way, finally, please give me some urging, watch the ads, give me a good review, etc., and stop selling misery on free websites. Give me some face. .jpg. Chapter 59. He is only 20 years old, you let him endure it? It was late at night. The sky was so dark, as if it was going to swallow up all the emotions. The silent night had no starlight, as if it had dropped an anchor in the deep sea. The warship sailed quietly on the dark sea, and the naval members of the inspection team patrolled back and forth on the deck of the warship. Everyone's expression was particularly heavy. What happened today shocked even the veterans who had served in the army for many years. What kind of crazy pirates would do such cruel and crazy things? However, they knew that this was not an isolated case. There were countless pirates as crazy and brutal as the fanatical explosion pirates on this sea. This may be the reason why they were separated from the headquarters combat system and transferred to the intelligence department. Pirates can't be killed. To stand on the front line and face the most terrible evil and darkness in the world, you need unparalleled courage and perseverance. A normal person would probably go crazy after seeing the scene in Maple Leaf Town. Thinking of this, the inspectors couldn't help but worry about the young Navy boy. Will he succeed? The inspectors pursed their lips tightly and clenched their fists under their sleeves. The Great Pirate Era was the Navy's nightmare. They subconsciously looked up at the sea outside the mast. It was late at night, and visibility was extremely low. The howling and biting sea breeze seemed like a monster roaring, or a devil grinning. The pitch-black sea seemed to breed endless sins. Unconsciously, the Navy members of the inspection team gradually felt cold all over. The cabin. The oil lamp hanging on the wall swayed with the slight shaking of the warship, burning tenaciously. Hua Shaishan held a military den mushi in his hand, and said solemnly, "The above is the situation of Ron's mission this time, Mr. Zifa. I want to apply to terminate the mission. The mission target has completely exceeded the difficulty standard of military academy students' internship and is extremely dangerous. But Ron's character, maybe you know, he doesn't listen to advice," he said in a deep voice. After returning to the warship and setting sail, Hua Shaishan immediately contacted Mr. Zifa, who was far away in the headquarters of Marineford, and reported everything that happened since they arrived at the mission destination in detail. Including the panic of the butcher. Including the children's house playing. Including the refugee who died in front of Ron. Even more than 1,300 lives in Maple Leaf Town and the horrific explosion. He believed that with Mr. Zifa's vision and wisdom, he would definitely agree with his opinion, see the danger of this mission, and let Ron terminate the internship mission. Hua Shaishan knew that Mr. Zifa valued Ron very much, and after getting along with him in the military academy and close contact in this mission, he had to admit that Ron did have extremely high potential. That potential was not innate. It was a kind of power that was more deeply rooted, more tenacious, and unchangeable. But it was precisely because Ron was such a good seedling worth cultivating that he could not be allowed to take risks that he should not take. Soldiers need training to grow. Swords need to be sharpened to be sharp. Young eagles need to endure the torture and spurring of wind and rain to spread their wings and fly high. Hua Shaishan understands all these principles, but training is training, and sacrifice cannot be in vain. After he finished speaking, there was silence on the military den mushi side. "Teacher Zifa?" Hua Shaishan asked respectfully. A long sigh came out, and Zifa's voice was full of a heavy meaning. Hua Shaishan, are you angry? Hua Shaishan was stunned, and he gritted his teeth and said. Teacher Zifa, of course I am angry. Gerald, that bastard, he massacred the entire Maple Leaf town. Zeph said again. If you were Ron, do you think you would be able to terminate the mission? Hua Shaishan fell silent. After a long time, he finally shook his head. I can't. Zifa sighed. Ron is only 20 years old. Hua Shaishan clenched his fists and pursed his lips even tighter. Yes, Ron is only 20 years old. It is the golden moment of a person's life, the most brilliant, warmest, and dazzling time. Flirty, impulsive, brave, enterprising, these are the most appropriate adjectives for this age. And at such a young age, he encountered such a thing. Can you bear it? If a man is not frivolous, he will be young in vain. If he doesn't kill Gerald and his pirate group, Ron will probably die unwillingly. Hua Shaishan. I can use my power to terminate this internship mission. I can also give you the power to beat up Ron, that stubborn brat, and then tie him back to Marineford. Zifa spoke earnestly. But, is this really a good thing for his growth? Don't forget, he is just a cadet, a new recruit, and his understanding and cognition of justice are still at an extremely ignorant stage. If we stop him, I'm afraid he will be extremely disappointed with justice, right? He must vent his anger, he must practice his justice, he must give an explanation to the man who died in front of him, the couple, and the more than 1,000 lives in Maple Leaf Town, in order to fill his painful heart. He said he was upset, because he felt the responsibility. Where the responsibility lies is his battlefield. The Den Mushi hung up. Hua Shaishan was alone. The man sat under the yellow light, thinking for a long time. At a certain moment, he subconsciously looked in the direction of Ron's cabin. Under the light, the thin back of the navy boy bent over and looked at a nautical map, and all kinds of weapons were placed around him. His face could not hide the fatigue, but his eyes were so serious and determined. The light cast a long shadow of his figure in the cabin. Hua Shaishan suddenly laughed. 20 years old is really a good age. He understood what Teacher Zifa meant. Responsibility is the battlefield. And a person cannot escape from his own battlefield. This is Ron alone, war. At the same time, Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. Military Academy, the Chief Instructor's office. Zeph, who was sleepless late at night as usual, slowly put down the military Den Mushi in his hand. He looked at the pretty figure in front of him with red eyes and smiled. Did you hear everything? Across the desk, Jun lowered his head and pursed his red lips tightly. She blurted out a sentence. He is such a fool. Zifa laughed. Jun, you are a very talented child. You grew up in the Navy headquarters and have never really seen the darkness of this sea. And it is precisely because of your excellent talent that you, like Sakaski, Kuzan, Borsellino and the others, can hardly understand the persistence and stubbornness of the stinky boy who is full of anger now. This matter is actually a good thing for him. Everyone needs to walk a distance alone before he can recognize what kind of justice he needs to pursue. Sakaski chose iron-blooded justice, Kuzan became lazy because of what happened that year, and Borsellino, that bastard, has completely grown crooked. I can't understand whether he is justice or not. Zifa laughed and cursed at this point. Jun also smiled through tears. She paused, and asked casually. But there is a reason to set fire to the mountain. Gerald has such dangerous high explosives in his hands. Is it really okay to let Ron go? Zifa glanced at her and suddenly smiled mischievously. What's wrong, are you worried about him? Actually, Ron is not bad. You are not young anymore, so you can consider it. Although there is a difference in age, I can tell at a glance that Ron likes people older than him. Ron. Jun blushed. She was always cold-tempered and rarely shy. If someone else dared to tease her like this, she would have drawn her sword. But the teacher Zifa in front of her was her most respected elder. Being teased by her own elders like this, even if she was cold-tempered, she couldn't stand it. How can I worry about him? Jun said angrily, if he wants to die, let him go. I'm leaving. She turned around and walked out of the door with her big cloak. Looking at Jun's back, Zifa couldn't help laughing. Jun's appearance was rare. However, his face gradually became serious, and his eyes became firm again. He stood up from his seat, put on a cloak, and strode out. Although he didn't want to see Borsellino's stinky face, he still had to go. I hope I can catch up. I woke up and the comments exploded. Thank you so much. I was in tears. I felt everyone's enthusiasm and expectations. I didn't even brush my teeth or eat. I just wrote 2,800 words in one chapter. I will try my best to write it well. Chapter 60, Academic Master Ron, Illiterate Hwashaishan. The night wind was getting stronger and stronger. One after another, the stars disappeared in the dark sky. In the cabin, Ron was writing and drawing on the huge sea chart in front of him with a serious look, and inserting different color marks on it. The wind and rain outside, Hwashaishan and other people's thoughts had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to pay attention to it. The traces of the fanatic explosion pirates were very secretive, and there were not many traces left for him. But he would not give up. But when he found a small island on the nautical chart that was not even the size of a fingernail, he suddenly stopped. That place was Maple Leaf Town. Suddenly, he thought of Carl and Kelly's life. Life can be so far away from ordinary. It can disappear without a trace in a short moment. He was silent for a long time. Pick up a black thumbtack and pin it to the location of Maple Leaf Town. Cover. After completing this last step, Ron let out a long breath. He subconsciously looked at his system. On the interface of the system panel, countless messages were refreshed. Your performance was recognized by Hwashaishan, points plus 20. You saved the lives of the Navy of the inspection team, and received gratitude and recognition, points plus 100. You saved the lives of the Navy of the inspection team, and received gratitude and recognition, points plus 80. You saved the lives of the Navy of the inspection team, and received gratitude and recognition, points plus 120. You are in Maple Leaf Town's performance was recognized by the Navy present, and he received plus 50 points. Currently remaining available points, 1980 points. Current mission, destroy the fanatic explosion pirates, and get recognition from the headquarters Navy, bonus points, 2,500 points. With nearly 2,000 points, if it was Ron before, he might have been so happy that he would fly. But at this time, he just glanced at it. For some reason. When he saw the description of the mission content. When he saw annihilate the fanatical explosion pirate group and obtain the recognition of the headquarters Navy. He felt inexplicably unhappy. But he didn't care too much, just started thinking about how to use the nearly 2,000 points. He looked at the options on the system lottery. Giant Physique, Fishman Physique, Paste Fruit, 6 Styles of the Navy, Fishman Karate Combat Skills, Ninjutsu, Rashomon. A lottery requires 1,000 points, but Ron looked at the content of the lottery and finally shook his head. Every point is very precious, and there is no ability suitable for him in the lottery options in front of him. Instead of wasting precious points on this, it is better to save it first and see if you can buy other abilities directly in the mall. Only the rich who are not short of money will draw blind boxes, and the poor can't afford to play with the heartbeat. And the most important thing is that Ron has roughly made a choice in his heart. For him now, with the Navy 6 styles and 8 gates, plus the beatings by Jun and Chiton during this period, his close combat ability is strong enough. What he needs is to continue to polish his body and then learn domineering. In addition, what he lacks is the ability to attack from a distance or a large area. In other words, it is the tricks of field control and floor washing. The natural system can't afford it. But he has found a good alternative in the system mall. It's just that thing requires 10,000 points, and he still lacks a lot. Thinking of this, he resisted the urge to buy and closed the system's mall panel. Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan, I'm ready. He shouted outside the cabin. Hua Shaishan and other members of the inspection team sat around the table, looking at the nautical map in front of them marked with various patterns and logos, and their hearts were filled with an indescribable shock. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying, academic master in their lives. The nautical chart in front of them included all the known and recorded islands, routes, transportation transfer stations, towns, and national forces in the first half of the Grand Line. Compared with the second half of the Grand Line, which was full of unknowns and dangers, the Navy's control over the first half of the Grand Line was still quite good. But far it is impossible to do what Ron did in front of him, marking the route, geographical representation, climate change, military power, and national scope so clearly. Everyone stared blankly at the young Navy man who was sitting in front of the chart, stroking his chin and thinking. They couldn't help but exchange glances with each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Is this the chief of this military academy? With such a huge amount of knowledge and terrifying memory, it would be a pity not to go to the intelligence department as a staff officer. All the members of the inspection team had the same idea in their minds. It can be imagined that no matter whether Ron can complete his internship task this time, this scene will be recorded in his military academy file. Ron, how is your analysis? Hua Shaishan coughed lightly, resisting the dizziness brought by the dense markings in front of him, and took the initiative to speak. Ron put down the pen in his hand, turned his eyes to Hua Shaishan, and asked in a deep voice. Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan, the analysis is almost done. He pointed to the sea chart in front of him. What do you think? Hua Shaishan thought to himself that I don't understand. He really doesn't understand at all. In their time, the military academy didn't pay as much attention to cultural courses as it does now. The main focus was on cultivating personal combat power, occasionally mixed with some military command technology. Before the start of the Great Pirate Era, the war was extremely tight and the situation in the new century was in chaos. Led by the three Navy elders, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, they were divided into three powerful armies and frantically fought against Roger Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, Golden Lion Pirates and other super-large forces in the new century. That was a turbulent era. In that magnificent era, whether it was the Navy or the pirates, there were countless shining stars that were enough to illuminate an era. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Gold Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido the Beast, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, World Destroyer Bondi Waldo. Iron Fist Garp, Black Arm Zephyr, Buddha Sengoku, Crane. An era of brilliant stars. It was also the era of the most intense conflicts and wars between the Navy and pirates. In that era, military academy students simply did not have enough time to learn the content of cultural courses. Basically, after graduating from the military academy students had to rush to the battlefield immediately. As for nautical geography, ocean climate, great power politics, etc., that is what the intelligence department should do. The training and teaching of cultural courses for military academy students is a content that has been gradually added in recent years since the four emperors of the New World have stabilized. The purpose is to train excellent officers with all-round development to better maintain the stability of this sea. So Hua Shaishan, a rough man, was confused by the explanation of the nautical chart markings that could be called art. Feeling Ron's expectant eyes, Hua Shaishan's old face turned red and was quite embarrassed, but his dark square face could not see it. Ahem, well, very good, really worthy of being the chief of our military academy. Hua Shaishan coughed twice, raised his head, and said slowly in an appreciative tone. But since you have decided to continue the internship mission, according to military regulations, I cannot give you any advice. Ron nodded. I know. Hua Shaishan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice. Then, let's get started. The members of the inspection team next to him immediately took out their notebooks. Since the internship mission continues, they must also shoulder their responsibilities, recording all of Ron's performance in the mission. This naturally includes Ron's intelligence search and analysis capabilities, collectabilities and tricks. If you have ideas, you can leave them in the comment area. Once used, well, there is no reward. Doghead.jpg. Chapter 61. Who says cultural courses are useless? Then, let's get started. Hua Shaishan said in a deep voice. Ron nodded. He took a step forward and sorted out his thoughts. Ron, who entered the thinking state, had a sharp light in his eyes, and his temperament became particularly deep. The Grand Line is a very special sea area. Its navigation characteristics are extremely different from the four seas outside the Grand Line. In the Grand Line, geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents are all in chaos. It is difficult to even confirm your position, let alone find new islands. Previous navigation technology and experience are unreliable. Only the recording pointer is trustworthy. Except for the warships in our navy that have their own power systems, most pirate ships can only sail in the direction indicated by the recording pointer and move forward in the direction of the ocean current. He pointed to a place on the nautical chart that was clearly marked as a mountain range. This is the starting point of the Great Route, Mount Levers. Starting from the starting point, Mount Levers, there are 7 magnetic forces extending out. You can choose any one at the beginning. Once you have chosen one, you can only move forward one island at a time. In the end, these 7 routes will merge into one route, and the last island to arrive at, the Chebayati Archipelago, is the terminal of the first half of the Great Route. As Ron's fingers slowly moved along the dotted lines on the nautical chart, everyone's thoughts gradually became clear. So what you mean is that fanatical Gerard is very likely to have chosen one of these 7 routes. Hua Shaishan also gradually figured it out, and he looked at Ron. Ron's mouth curled up a cold smile. Not very likely, it's absolutely. The bomb hidden in the corpse in Maple Leaf Town is enough to show that Gerard is a cunning and meticulous madman. Such a guy can't be a mediocre person without ambition. Everyone nodded secretly when they heard it. Indeed, even if he is a mediocre waste, his ambition will expand when he has a killer weapon like the power rock in his hand. Ron pointed to the black pin marked on the nautical chart. This is Maple Leaf Town. The island where Maple Leaf Town is located is near the intersection of 2 ocean current routes. In other words, after leaving Maple Leaf Town, the fanatic explosion pirates will definitely continue to sail and enter one of the routes. Now the key question is, which route will they choose? Hua Shaishan and others looked at the nautical chart and found that there were indeed 2 dotted lines representing magnetic routes near the island where Maple Leaf Town was located. They all frowned at the same time. This is a difficult problem. Choose one of the 2. If they choose the wrong route, they are likely to lose the fanatic explosion pirates directly. This is the Grand Line. The difficulty of conquering and capturing pirates is countless times higher than that of the 4 seas. Once they lose track, it would be a foolish dream to want to kill the fanatic explosion pirates. Maybe we can wait for them at the terminal of the route. One of the inspection team members spoke at this time. The eyes of the others lit up when they heard this. This is a solution. Since the ultimate goal of that madman Gerard is to pass through the Sabayati archipelago and then enter the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, as long as they set a trap in the Sabayati archipelago, no matter how crazy that guy is, he will be unable to escape. No. Ron shook his head and directly refuted this suggestion. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ron at the same time. Ron ignored their gazes and just said a few words. Think about the ending of Maple Leaf Town. His voice was very light, but it sounded like a thunderclap in dry land in the ears of the people in Huashao Mountain. The town with corpses everywhere like a graveyard appeared in their minds at the same time. Hua Shaoshan's mouth couldn't help but show a bitter look. Yes, no. Waiting in Sabayati archipelago, maybe the final result would be feasible, they could arrest Gerard and his pirate group. But in the process of waiting, how many islands, towns, and even countries will be looted and destroyed by the fanatical explosion pirates? They are a bunch of lunatics. They are tyrannical and cruel. They don't take life seriously at all. They are devils who enjoy killing and torturing. Everyone was silent for a while. Hua Shaoshan subconsciously looked at Ron, but found that there was no embarrassment or confusion in the latter's eyes. There was only anger and murderous intent suppressed to the extreme. Do you have a solution? Hua Shaoshan suddenly said. The other inspectors looked up suddenly. Ron has a solution? Ron sighed solemnly. Maybe, maybe not, but no, I have no choice. When I left Maple Leaf Town, I observed near the port. The port of Maple Leaf Town is not a military port, but a beach nearby, so we can clearly infer some clues from the depth of the footprints and the traces of the ships. Although Maple Leaf Town has turned into a ruin, it can be seen that most of the supplies and gold and silver treasures have been moved away. Because the members of the fanatic explosion pirates were carrying supplies, their footprints on the port beach would be deeper than normal people. Quite a few. Based on the footprints on the coast, the total number of the fanatical pirate group is no more than 20 people. Because of the load of supplies, the draft of the pirate ship will be different from that of other civilian ships. After all, the pirate ship is much heavier than civilian ships because it is loaded with artillery. A pirate group with less than 20 people, a pirate ship, and the traces of the pirate ship going out to sea indicate that their heading is northeast. Ron paused here. He slowly moved his finger from the location of Maple Leaf Town in a certain direction, and finally landed on another island. There was a cold and ruthless light in his eyes. Their next stop is likely to be here. Everyone was shocked and moved. Especially the illiterate Hua Shaoshan, who looked at Ron in a daze. This is too strong. He was able to deduce the route of the fanatic explosion pirates and their next landing point from such detailed clues. Ron's knowledge of navigation, climate, military reconnaissance, intelligence analysis, etc., which he learned in the military academy, was fully utilized in this round of clear and precise analysis just now. Who said that cultural courses are useless? Hua Shaoshan suddenly wanted to curse. He swore that when he returned to the military academy, if any student dared not study cultural courses well, he would point a gun at his head and force him to study. If it weren't for Ron's cultural course knowledge, they would only be able to circle in place now. This is talent. This is the excellent commander talent of the future navy. Perhaps Ron is far inferior to the monsters like Sakaski in combat power and talent, but he is definitely countless times stronger than those guys in intelligence analysis, tactical command, etc. Hua Shaoshan became more and more excited as he thought about it, and suddenly with a bang, he slapped the table heavily. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and set off. Several members of the inspection team immediately came to their senses and walked out of the cabin to issue orders, letting the warship set off in the direction that Ron had deduced. Vice Admiral Hua Shaoshan. At this time, Ron suddenly spoke lightly. What's wrong? Hua Shaoshan asked. Ron looked at him seriously. Before setting off, I want to ask you a question. Can the Navy directly kill people in the process of suppressing pirates? Hua Shaoshan was stunned. The murderous intent emanating from Ron at this moment made him, a veteran vice admiral of the headquarters, feel a chill down his spine. He looked at Ron deeply, shook his head and said, capturing pirates alive is the first principle for arresting pirates. He turned around. But just as he was about to leave the cabin, he paused and said in a low voice, but in battle, there are always mistakes. After that, he walked out of the cabin, and his figure disappeared into the deep night. Ron stood there, with a reckless arc on the corner of his mouth. He sat down. He lit a cigarette. Opened the tattered diary again. Over and over again. He read it repeatedly. As if he wanted to engrave the contents on it in his heart. Chapter 62 Cutthroat, Party, Cutthroat. The bonfire was crackling. And the smoke slowly rose to the black night sky. Strong liquor evaporated in the air, and pieces of barbecue made sizzling sounds on the bonfire. The violent music echoed in the wilderness. The members of the fanatical explosion pirate group sat around the bonfire, eating barbecue and drinking liquor. On the pirate ship docked not far away, the deck was piled with gold and silver treasures like a small mountain, reflecting the glittering light under the swaying bonfire. Ha 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 ha! Boss Gerard! We made a fortune this time. I didn't expect that small town to be so rich. 300 million Baileys. There are so many when piled up. A bald strong man carrying a huge axe opened his hands and swung them in the air, his face full of flesh squeezed together in excitement. This is the description he can use to describe the large number. Locke, you idiot! What's the use of money? As long as we follow Boss Gerard, we can have everything we want? Our boss holds weapons that can destroy the country. Another short pirate with a greasy mouth and a mustache cursed. He immediately put on a flattering smile, looked at the blond man who was sipping wine next to him, and laughed. That! Boss Gerard, why don't you give some of that thing to the brothers to play with? As long as each of us has 10 or 8 tubes of that thing in our hands, let alone the shitty navy, even the 4 emperors are no match for our fanatic explosion pirates. His narrow triangular eyes flashed with greed. Power rock, no, in their words, explosive rock, this thing is only their boss, no one else in the pirate group has it. He has been coveting that thing for a long time. Only a little bit like a fingernail can blow up a warship. This is much better than any heavy artillery. Gerald, with a thin face, took a sip of liquor, glanced at the short triangular-eyed pirate, and suddenly smiled. Alger, what you said makes sense. You have been with me for 2 years, and it's time to give you a special reward. The triangular-eyed pirate named Alger's eyes lit up immediately. Really, boss? Gerald's face showed an elegant smile like an aristocrat. Of course, I have never treated my brothers badly, right? But the power rock is very dangerous. It will explode if you are not careful. Come here and I will explain to you how to use it. Alger laughed loudly and walked over like a lackey in the envious eyes of everyone. Boss, you tell me, I will remember it well. He said eagerly. Suddenly. Swish! A bloodline suddenly tore open at his neck, and hot blood spurted out like a high-pressure water gun. Alger trembled all over, his hands tightly covered his throat, staring at the thin man in front of him who was splashed with his blood in disbelief. He opened his mouth and tried to say something, but the torn throat made him unable to say a word. The gurgling red could not stop flowing out from between his fingers. The pirates around him took a breath at the same time, their faces as pale as paper. Gerald licked the blood on the dagger, his long golden hair splashed with blood covered half of his face, and the fierceness and cruelty exuded from the narrow eyes between the hair made people shudder. I said, you have been with me for 2 years, you should know one thing very well. He sighed with regret, spread his hands, and was very helpless. Power rock, on our ship. Anyone who dares to have any idea about this thing except me will die. He opened his arms, a look of grief gradually appeared on his face, and opened his arms to embrace Alger, who was shaky in front of him. My brother, why are you so ignorant? He slowly loosened his hands. Alger's body shook and fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed all over the ground. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils were still full of doubts, confusion, and astonishment. Gerald shook the blood off his hands and sighed again. What a trouble, I have to change my clothes again. He immediately raised his head and looked at the other pirates in front of him who were stunned and frightened, and smiled again. "Keep playing music, dance, jump up." A dozen pirates were shocked, and they all made stiff movements and began to dance. No one looked at Alger, the vice-captain on the ground. "Dead people are worthless." A moment later, a pirate group's younger brother ran over and dragged the body away. The other pirates also gradually forgot the bloody scene under the influence of strong liquor. "Too boring," Gerald suddenly said, and he waved to another person. "Bring those women here." When everyone heard this, a lewd smile appeared on their faces. Half a minute later, several pirates dragged several figures out of the cabin of the pirate ship. Their clothes were tattered, and their beautiful faces were full of fear. But they didn't dare to resist. Because those who tried to resist had been cruelly abused and thrown into the sea. "Come on, my brothers, enjoy this wonderful party." Gerald opened his arms and laughed. The pirates, who had long been unable to suppress their desires, laughed wantonly and untied their pants and walked towards the panicked girls. After the blood and fear, the best way to relieve stress is to vent animal desires. Vent without restraint. Amid the pirates' hideous laughter and the girls' miserable cries, the crazy bonfire party reached its climax. Gerald did not join this chaotic party. He just carried a pot of strong liquor, walked a few steps away slowly, found a rock and sat down. He was not interested in women. He was not interested in wine either. Even if the wine in his hand was worth a lot of money, he only tasted it. He knew what he should do. These minions can indulge, get drunk, and indulge in women, but he can't. Killing and destruction always stimulate the animality in people's hearts and drive them to do some crazy things. Gerald Rad had seen countless similar things. In this pirate group, he saw with his own eyes a shy and naive kid who said he wanted to join his pirate group. His dream was beautiful. He said he wanted to go to the sea and see the outside world. He said he wanted to pursue his dream and freedom. Then what? In less than 10 days, after he shot a Navy's head off, he dragged a civilian girl out of the house and raped her alive in front of everyone. Gerald still remembers the crazy smile on the kid's face when he did that. Like a beast, an expression of extreme hunger. Bullshit dream. It's ridiculous. But he didn't care. Anyway, he needed idiots who would charge into battle. This kind of idiot with a hot-blooded head was the easiest to serve. If you gave him a woman and rewarded him with a few coins, he would follow you like a pug and you couldn't kick him away. If you hug him passionately and talk about the friendship between brothers and companions, he will be able to take the bullet and die for you the next day. It's fun, isn't it? What Gerald likes most is to watch these idiots gradually change from a naive adventurer pirate to a species like a demon or a beast. Perhaps to some extent, these people can no longer be called human beings. The expanding power and the deepening darkness will make them step into the abyss. The first robbery. The first plunder. The first rape. The first murder. Step by step into the abyss. Of course, Gerald would call this abyss heaven. Aren't the worthless things like the bottom line used to break through? A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Gerald's mouth. He looked at the crazy scene under the bonfire in front of him, and his eyes did not hide his inner contempt. What dreams and ambitions can be talked about for rubbish that can't even control the most basic desires? A person who wants to do great things is different from a group of hooligans who only know how to burn, kill, rob and vent their desires. At least Gerard thinks so. The night is getting deeper and deeper. The bonfire gradually goes out, and snoring sounds are heard one after another on the earth. The night before dawn is always particularly dark, and the thick fog rising from the sea is like the bloody mouth of an invisible beast, gradually covering the earth. The pirates, who were full of wine and food, burped and slowly dragged Alger's already cold body to the beach. What bad luck! He cursed and threw the body into the sea. With a splash, the sea surface splashed. The cold wind blew from the sea, and he subconsciously tightened his clothes. Damn, why did it suddenly become cold? Maybe I've been tossing too much, my body has become weak. He muttered, but a lewd smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He has been out to sea for 3 months, and he has been doing quite well with Boss Gerard. Especially in the past 6 months, after the boss developed the red test tube, their pirate group has become more unscrupulous and unstoppable. Those damn navy who relied on warships and firearms to chase them all over the sea, only needed that tube to turn into ashes with a bang. That scene was really like the most beautiful fireworks. And Boss Gerard was very good. As long as you work, you will be rewarded. If you want money, you will get money. If you want women, you will get women. Even in that town with many maple trees, he, an intern, can enjoy the beauty of that pregnant woman while it's hot. This is life. Endless money to spend. Endless women to play with. He took out a pot of wine from his bosom, raised his head and took a few sips to warm his body. By the way, what was the name of the pregnant woman who bit her tongue to commit suicide? Her unlucky husband was still shouting her name before he died. Doesn't he know that the more he shouts, the more comfortable we will be? He. The young pirate licked the corner of his mouth. He is now looking forward to the next destination more and more. Splash! The sound of waves hitting the shore sounded behind him. Then came the sound of dripping water. The young pirate suddenly froze, and his heart tightened. Living a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife, their vigilance is much stronger than that of ordinary people. He subconsciously drew the long sword at his waist. But he felt that he could not control his hand. A bloody arm flew into the air. The young pirate felt pain and felt a piercing chill surging straight from the soles of his feet. Fear invaded his soul. He turned around with a horrified face. In the gloomy night and the pitch-black fog, a wet white figure stood in front of him holding a strange black weapon. The weapon was dripping with blood. The figure was like a white death seeking his life. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he finally saw the military cap on the boy's head. Navy! He tried to scream and sound the alarm. But it was too late. His throat had been cut. The moment before his life was cut off. He only saw a calm but angry young face. It was really strange. How could a person be calm and angry at the same time? His eyes were wide open, and his pupils were still full of doubts, confusion, and astonishment. He was destined not to get an answer. This is a very carefully written one, 3,500 words, please urge me to update and watch some ads, isn't that too much? Hands on hips. Chapter 63 Give them an explanation. Tick tick tick. The salty sea water dripped from the navy boy's body and military cap. The dazzling blood dripped from his kunao. More red dripped from the body of the pirate in front of him. The young pirate slowly fell to the ground, his eyes wide open with confusion. He couldn't think of why there would be navy chasing him. Boss Gerard, didn't he set a trap on the woman's body? Shouldn't those navy who tried to catch up be blown away alive? His body twitched a few times, and finally was gradually swallowed by the roaring waves. No one knew that the last thought in his mind at the last moment before his death was. He only regretted that he didn't have sex with all those women at the bonfire party just now. Blood gushed out, gathering on the ground into a huge blood-red flower. Ron looked at the corpse of the young pirate in front of him, and could vaguely see the immaturity on the latter's face. But Ron's expression was very calm. This was his first time killing someone. But the feeling of nausea and fear in the book did not come as expected. He only felt calm. Why? He thought about it and found an answer for himself. Maybe these guys can't be called human at all. They are just beasts without humanity and only desire. He took a last look at the corpse that was gradually swallowed by the sea, and his figure quietly and silently merged into the thick fog. He will kill many people today. This is the first one, but it will definitely not be the last one. Under the cover of the thick fog, Ron's movements were agile and swift, and he moved quietly and silently towards the location of the fanatic explosion pirates. With the attachment of chakra, his feet stepped on the soft sand without leaving any footprints, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. This is the fighting style of ninjas. The fanatic explosion pirates has nearly 20 people. Ron has the courage to fight 10 people alone, but he has deeper considerations. Power rock, this is what he fears the most. Ron doesn't know how many power rocks they have. Power rock, also known as explosion rock. This kind of extremely powerful high explosive, which can even be comparable to the destructive power of the laser beam of the pacifist, did not appear in the main plot of the original Pirates, but appeared in the movie version. The timeline is about 2 years after the War on the Top. In order to fill the combat power gap caused by the War on the Top, the government invited Edward Weeble, known as Whitebeard II, to join the 7 warlords of the sea. And Whitebeard II is the pirate who killed countless students on Zephyr's training ship and cut off one of his arms. Because of this, Zephyr was completely disappointed with the Navy and the government, and decided to leave the Navy, establish the Neo-New Navy, and practice his own justice in his own way. Zephyr found the power rock. He wanted to use this terrifying weapon to destroy the lava block in the new world called End Point, also known as the End Point, and wanted to completely destroy the entire new world, thereby completely ending this damn pirate era. According to legend, there are 3 end points, located in 3 different sea areas in the second half of the Grand Line, which are the intersections of the currents connecting the entire new world. As long as the 3 end points are blown up, the sea of the new world can be destroyed. However, this is just a legend, not true. But the power of the power rock is real and visible. It has a terrifying energy that is opposite to the legendary ancient weapons. It is extremely unstable. It can produce a huge explosion when it comes into contact with the air, bursting out amazing heat and burning everything. A bucket of about the amount is enough to completely blow up an island and raze it to the ground. Although I don't know where the crazy Gerald got the power rock from, it doesn't matter. He just wants to kill people. It's not that he hasn't seen blood and cruelty. But he has never seen a scene like the one in Maple Leaf Town. Carl and Kelly, how innocent are they? More than 1,000 lives in Maple Leaf Town, how innocent are they? Ron's pace is getting faster and faster, his clenched fists are trembling slightly, and his cold eyes are filled with surging anger. Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan said that the first principle of conquering pirates is to capture them alive. But he doesn't care. What principles? He is not a formal navy now. Besides, if he doesn't even have this bit of blood, what's the point of being a shitty navy? The thick fog spread, and a fanatical member of the explosion pirate group who was responsible for night watch appeared in front of him. He was lighting a cigarette, and when he saw Ron, he was stunned at first, and then immediately pulled out his gun. Ron's eyes turned cold, and his figure disappeared like a ghost, accelerating. Navy 6 style, shave. Puff. A dull gunshot sounded. But the flintlock in the pirate's hand did not smoke. This gun is not that gun. The pirate made a gurgling sound, his face was pale. And his pupils were full of pain and disbelief. His throat was gushing blood. Ron pulled his index finger out of the pirate's throat, dragging a blood-red ripple in the air. Navy 6 style, finger gun. He didn't look at it again, the pirate who slowly fell to the ground. The figure flashed out like a meteor. 10 meters away, another pirate was dozing under a tree. The movement here had gradually woken him up. But as soon as he opened his eyes, a cold light flashed before his eyes. While the black kunau brought blood, the pirate's pale and terrified face could be reflected in the cold light. Ron touched the ground with his feet and rushed forward again. Silently. Moving swiftly. Like a poisonous snake. Like a hungry wolf. Taking away pirates one after another neatly. He never thought of attacking these pirates openly. They were not worthy. From the beginning, this was a pure killing. The first gate of the 8 gates of Dungia in his body had been released, and with his brain fully opened, Ron's movements were like the god of death in the fog, harvesting lives easily, skillfully, and accurately, like art. The chakra in his body was like a raging wave of anger. He had never squandered so much before. But he felt full of strength. The more people he killed, the colder his eyes became, and the more difficult it was to calm his anger. He knew what he should do. Gerald. The culprit. Only by killing that bastard. The anger accumulated in his heart would have an outlet to vent. He could regain peace in his heart. He had to give an explanation to Carl and Kelly, as well as the countless civilians in Maple Leaf Town who had turned into a forest of graves. Chapter 64 No longer concealed murderous intent. The night gradually trembled. It seemed that even the stars in the sky were annihilated in the faint murderous intent. On the island wasteland shrouded in sea fog, a figure was like a smart dancer, moving forward silently. This was a dance of flowing water, and also a dance of death. 100% development of the brain area. The 6 types of superhuman skills of the Navy. The combat methods of ninjas. And the combat experience accumulated from countless training and fighting training in the past. Ron is no longer the weak recruit in the military academy. He has been reborn. In just 3 minutes, 7 pirates' bodies have fallen behind him, lying in a pool of blood. A true ninja is an extremely dangerous assassination profession. There are only a few people like Naruto and Sasuke who rush forward without knowing what they are doing. The vast majority of ninjas do not have such superior talents and inheritance as them. In comparison, ninjas in the Anbu department are more in line with the definition of ninjas. Whether it is the most basic 3-body technique, shuriken, and kunai throwing technique, or the gradually developed ninjutsu system, the ultimate goal is only one: to cultivate an emotionless killing machine. And the battle of ninjas is also based on intelligence. According to the capabilities of both sides and the different combat environments, different tactics are formulated and implemented, with the goal of killing the mission target. Now, Ron believes that he has brought such combat characteristics to the extreme. The number of enemy and our own personnel. The ability of the opponent. The timing of the attack. The tactics to be implemented. He has used them to the extreme. He arrived at this island 2 hours ago. The speed of the warship is much faster than that of ordinary pirate groups, allowing Ron to catch up with the whereabouts of the fanatic explosion pirate group. With the cover of night, he sneaked into the offshore, using a small plant root as a breathing tool, quietly waiting for the opportunity. 1 hour. Wait until their party is over. Wait until the fog on the sea is the thickest before dawn. Wait until everyone is drunk and falls asleep. Wait until his body has been frozen by the freezing cold sea water. Ron emerges from the lurking sea water. He absolutely does not allow himself any possibility of failure. He must choose the most appropriate time. To be honest, he did his best. However, the bitch goddess of fate always likes to play tricks on people. As the strong smell of blood drifted away in the sea breeze, a hoarse and sinister laugh suddenly came from the thick fog in the distance. It's really scary. You killed so many of my brothers without knowing it. If it weren't for the sea breeze blowing the smell of blood in this direction, and my nose is very sensitive to the smell of blood, I guess even I would have been killed by you. The thick fog suddenly spread to both sides, and the bonfire suddenly rose, illuminating the night sky. A thin figure with sinister eyes and long golden hair sat on a rock, gently tossing a blood-red test tube in one hand, staring at Ron with interest. Fanatical explosion pirate captain, Gerald. Gerard looked at the wet navy boy with a playful look, casually glanced at the pirate corpses lying in all directions behind him, casually put down the red test tube in his hand, and suddenly clapped his hands. Very impressive. A smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the arc of the smile continued to expand, and finally turned into a neurotic laugh. Ha 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 ha. You are only one person. My pirate group was almost destroyed by a navy kid. Ha 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 ha. I am really laughing to death. Around the campfire, the pirates who were originally drunk and sleeping soundly also gradually woke up. After seeing Ron in military uniform, fierce expressions appeared on their faces. They all raised their weapons and stared at Ron with fierce eyes. "It's the Navy! Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that there would be a Navy looking for death. Boss Gerard, it seems that your trap failed to blow him to death. It doesn't matter, let me twist his head off." The pirates flashed cruel grins on their faces, and their faces looked extremely terrifying under the jumping of the bonfire. Gerald waved his hand to shut everyone up, and he laughed nervously. "Then let me guess, young Navy kid, at this time, according to your rules, you should shout 'Fanatical Explosion Pirates Gerard,' you are arrested, right?" He pulled his voice, pretending to be righteous and dignified on his face, and laughed strangely. As soon as the voice came out, the other pirates also laughed out loud, laughing backwards. The Navy in front of him was really too young, he was just a hot-blooded kid. A Navy of this age, and he was the only one, what did he know about fear? As for the partners of the pirate group he just killed? That was because they were careless and too weak. Amidst a burst of mocking laughter, Ron did not speak or respond. He just stared blankly at the campfire. There, smoke was floating and flames were dancing. In the interweaving of light and shadow, the bodies of several girls fell there, blood-stained, obviously suffering from unbearable torture. Their bodies were full of filth, and the flesh on their chests was cut off alive. The dilated pupils and indifferent expressions looked like one person. "You, all deserve to die." Ron roared this sentence from his throat. The murderous intent that was no longer concealed rose to the sky. Chapter 65 Farewell, my brothers. It seemed that there was a hole in his body that was gradually spreading, and Ron felt as if he no longer belonged to this world. An irresistible strong impact, like an invisible sledgehammer, hit his mind heavily. A piercing chill ran through his feet, chilling his entire body. Those girls! That innocent girl! Originally, he should have been able to save them. If he had been a little more impulsive. If he had been a little more reckless. If he hadn't been so cautious. If he hadn't been lurking in the sea, patiently waiting for the best opportunity to strike. He could have saved them. But now, looking at the bodies that had been abused all over the ground, Ron hated for the first time why he had to be so cautious. Boom! The ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded with waves, and rocks flew up, and were then blown away by the violent wind. Ron's figure was like a sharp arrow shot from a tight bow, turning into a fleeting shadow and rushing towards the sneering Gerard. Just then, bang! 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 Sharp gunshots rang out. The pirates around him grinned and fired. They moved quickly and were extremely ruthless. They didn't take human life seriously at all. A sharp light flashed in Ron's eyes, and his figure flew out like catkins. Several bullets that left traces in the void passed by his military uniform and hair, leaving shallow traces on them. 6 styles of the Navy, paper painting. After opening the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu and liberating his brain area 100%, Ron's nerve reaction speed has far exceeded the level of normal people. Even though he has not yet mastered the observation haki, he can easily dodge the shooting of the flintlock rifle. Puff puff puff. 3 bullet holes appeared on the sand behind Ron, and the soil splashed. The remaining pirates took advantage of the moment when Ron dodged the bullets and slowed down, and surrounded him with weapons. Stupid Navy! Go to hell! Locke, a bald man holding a giant axe, jumped up, his muscular arms tightly grasped the giant axe as tall as a person, and chopped it down at Ron with great force. How dare this stupid Navy kid to trouble their fanatical explosion pirate group alone? He didn't know how many ignorant young men like him who kept saying they wanted to defend the bullshit justice. What Navy, justice? They are just little brats crying for their parents in front of his battle axe. The eyes of the strong man Locke were full of ferocious cruelty, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He seemed to be able to see the scene of the Navy kid being chopped in two by his axe. The head exploded like a watermelon, and blood was spilled all over the ground. That scene was more exciting than fucking a few women. A fierce and cold wind blew in his face, but Ron's eyes did not change at all. These pirates were obviously the codders of the fanatic explosion pirates and Gerald's confidants. They were very scary in terms of speed, strength, and murderous aura. From their actions, it can be seen that these guys are definitely not weaker than some school-level officers in the headquarters. But so what? Ron's eyes suddenly became sharp. The black kunai held in his backhand slashed out horizontally. Dang! The black kunai and the rolled blade battle axe collided heavily, dragging out a long string of bright sparks. Feeling a violent force transmitted from the battle axe, Ron's feet suddenly sank. The figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Shave. Locke, holding a giant axe, suddenly lost the target in front of him and was stunned subconsciously. Your movements are too slow. A cold voice without any emotion sounded from behind. Locke's face suddenly changed. He turned around as fast as he could, and Ron appeared in the air like a ghost, breaking through the thick fog, and appeared in his eyes. One kick. As Locke's eyes widened and gradually filled with fear, a bright sword light slashed from bottom to top. That was the last light he could see before falling into darkness. One of the 6 styles of the Navy, Storm Kick. Boom! The abundant sword energy slashed into a crescent-shaped air wave, which heavily hit the 2.5 meter tall body of the giant Locke. Accompanied by the splash of blood. The crescent-shaped slash. With the huge battle axe. Blasted Locke alive, and like a cannonball, it knocked down several large trees in the distant jungle before it stopped. The rumbling sound of trees falling continued to sound, and the rolling dust rose into the sky. The rest of the pirates looked at this scene with horror, and they all took a breath of cold air. The strength of this Navy kid is too strong. Stronger than any Navy they had encountered before. Is this still human? With the strength of the flesh alone, he kicked out a slash that only a swordsman could perform. A touch of fear surged into their hearts. What are you waiting for? He wants to kill us all. At this time, Gerald suddenly said in a cold tone. Hearing his voice, the pirates trembled all over. The tone of Boss Gerald, he is already angry. The consequence of angering the boss, that scene is never pretty. The fear of Captain Gerard instantly overwhelmed their timidity towards the young Navy boy. They gritted their teeth and picked up various weapons again to kill Ron. The pressure came suddenly. Long spear. Steel knife. Sharp axe. Mace. The pirates roared and killed Ron, as if the screaming could cover up their inner fear. Ron glanced coldly, and his figure did not retreat but rushed directly into the crowd. His speed was increased to the extreme. His movements were not dragged at all. The violent storm attack could not leave any trace on him. He was like the most sophisticated and cruel killing machine, constantly defeating the pirates' attacks. After all, compared to the opponents he used to practice with in the military academy, these pirates in front of him were too weak. The sharp kunai brought up blood flowers. The blood-stained index finger easily penetrated the human body. The yellow sand splashed on the ground. The crackling and swaying bonfire reflected the gradually solidified and stiff faces of the pirates. The screams rang out one after another. Under the interlaced light and shadow, Gerard squinted at the scene in front of him. As smart as he was, he could see at a glance that if this continued, it would take less than a minute for all his men to be killed by the Navy kid. In this case, a sneer of sinister sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, but a righteous look appeared on his face. Brothers, entangle him. I'll deal with him. Gerald roared and pulled out the long sword at his waist. His momentum was extremely fierce. The several pirates who resisted stubbornly were overjoyed when they heard the words, the boss was going to take action. They all roared together, ignoring their injuries, and rushed towards Ron at the same time. The pirates surrounded him from all directions, and Ron had no room to dodge. "Come on! Boss Gerald! Kill him! Long live the fanatic pirate group!" "Ha ha ha ha!" The pirates laughed wildly. Clang clang clang! The sound of something falling to the ground was heard at this time. The pirates' laughter stopped abruptly, and the expressions on their faces suddenly froze. They saw a tube of blood-red object falling at their feet. The red liquid in the test tube was boiling and bubbling. They turned their heads to look at Gerald in disbelief, but what they saw was a face with a mocking smile. "Goodbye, my brothers." They heard such a sentence. Then, boom! A vast column of fire shot up into the sky. Chapter 66 Fanatical Gerald. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a mushroom cloud that seemed to cover the sky and the sun shot up into the sky, and the scorching fire wave was like a column of boiling magma, rising into the sky and then slowly sliding down. The surrounding land instantly ignited with surging flames, gathering, condensing, then expanding, spreading, rising layer by layer, like a hungry flaming beast, opening its bloody mouth, trying to swallow the night sky in one gulp. The whole world was reflected in red at this moment, and the terrifying impact of the air wave spread out in all directions with the explosion as the center, causing huge waves several meters high on the sea not far away. Gerald heavily inserted the long knife in his hand into the ground, resisting the scorching air wave that was coming towards him, raised his head, and his long golden blood-stained hair fluttered wildly in the wind. He looked at the refining giant in front of him. The hell-like scene, watching the firemen struggling and falling in the sea of fire, a sickly and hideous smile appeared on his skinny face. "Ha ha ha ha! It's the greatest masterpiece, the most beautiful picture." After stabilizing his body, he opened his arms wantonly, his expression full of some weird longing. "This is art." Madness stained his eyes, making his mouth curl up into a happy laugh. The power rock can burst out thousands of degrees of high temperature in an instant, and no one can survive such an explosion. The Navy kid who looks threatening is dead. Gerald put away the knife, laughed and shook his head. Although all his subordinates died, it seems a pity. But what does it matter? As long as you have money and reputation, you can easily recruit a large number of subordinates. This sea has never lacked young people with childish dreams. The weak, the naive young, are born to be the stepping stones for the strong and the winners to move towards the lofty and great. The law of the jungle is the truth of the world. If you can't even understand this simple truth, you will die on this sea sooner or later. At least now, I have mercifully granted them a painless death. I am so merciful. Thinking so, Gerard took a step happily. He didn't know the Navy kid, but from his combat power and amazing performance, it can be seen that he is definitely a reserve talent that the Navy focuses on training. Since he has chased here and died in his own hands, it is estimated that it won't take long before the furious Navy will launch a crazy revenge on him. We have to act quickly. Gerald is not a fool. In addition to holding a powerful weapon like the power rock in his hand, the most important reason why he can slaughter and abuse so unscrupulously in the first half of the Grand Line is that he is smart enough. He never messes with people he shouldn't mess with. When it's time to leave, he will leave his subordinates behind and run away without hesitation. But just as he walked quickly to the shore and was about to board his pirate ship, he suddenly frowned, turned around, drew his sword, and slashed without even looking. Dang! A sharp and piercing sound of metal clashing exploded, and Gerald's pupils shook violently, and he subconsciously exclaimed, "You're not dead yet." In front of him was a bloody man with tattered uniforms, a burnt chest skin, and blood all over his body. Who else could it be but the Navy kid just now? "You, actually killed your subordinates." Ron panted quickly, holding a kunai in one hand tremblingly, resisting Gerald's long sword. He never thought that Gerald was so crazy. In order to kill him, he even dragged his own subordinates to let them be buried with him. Born in the Naval Academy, he had a preconceived notion that his companions on the same ship were comrades in arms, and he never thought that there would be such a madman in the world. If he had not used the substitute technique and earth escape ninjutsu to dodge and defend in time, and sneaked into the underground to avoid most of the explosion damage, he would have been a charred corpse now. It seems that he is still too young, this thought flashed through Ron's mind. His eyes flashed with panic. Tisk tisk tisk, so what? Gerard was stunned when he heard Ron's words, and then laughed wildly, as if he had heard some absurd joke. Since they chose to go out to sea as pirates, they naturally have to be prepared to risk their lives, right? Ha 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 ha. Their death only proves that I am smarter than them. I am curious, you are obviously alone, but you dare to come here alone to die. It seems that you are as stupid as them. As he said this, he swung a knife at Ron. He saw the panic in Ron's eyes, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was teasing. A sharp sound of breaking through the air whistled. Ron gritted his teeth, and dodged the knife to the side. A crescent-shaped sword energy shot out from the blade, cutting a long crack on the ground behind Ron, and sank into the jungle in the distance. Boom! The sound of trees in the jungle collapsing after being cut off came from afar. Ron's pupils suddenly shrank. This guy actually has a swordsmanship at the level of a swordsman. He hit it so deeply. Flexible use of the Navy's 6 styles, and a disgusting, righteous look. Tisk 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 tisk, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a student of this year's Navy Headquarters Military Academy, right? Gerald laughed wildly and waved his knife at Ron frantically. What a pity, a genius like you was sent to die. What is it for? Justice? Or military merit? But it doesn't matter. After all, you are seriously injured now and are no longer my opponent. Let me play with you, Navy kid. The sick and crazy smile bloomed wantonly, and under the fluttering golden hair, a pair of violent eyes exuded a cold light. My stupid subordinates, they all thought I could only use the power rock. Gerald walked strangely, and the long knife in his hand exuded a sinister ghostly aura. One knife after another, he slashed at Ron like a storm. The latter stumbled and retreated step by step. But they don't know where I got the name of Fanatical Gerald. Back in the South China Sea, I used a knife to tear apart all the people in an entire town. Ha 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 ha. Fanatical Gerald? That's inevitable. When you use a knife to tear thousands of people into pieces alive, your body surface will also emit a strong and stinking bloody smell. Only the most primitive killing can be called fanaticism. You didn't expect it, Navy kid, of course. How could you have predicted it? After all, I killed everyone who knew I could use swordsmanship, including my biological brother who followed me to sea that year. Ha 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 ha. What is a trump card? Only secrets that no one knows are trump cards. Well, that's enough nonsense. You'll die here. Gerald laughed sharply, and a sickly flush appeared on his pale face. He turned the tip of the knife, held the handle with both hands at the same time, and stabbed Ron's heart with an extremely strange movement. Strands of purple-black air waves like ghost fire wrapped around the tip of the knife. Ghost spirit. This sword. Sinister. Cunning. Like the tongue of a venomous snake. Fanatical Shura kill. This is his strongest killing move. Unlike the slashing and splitting swordsmanship of many sword masters, his move is a sword move that stabs out with the maximum speed and bursts out the power of the whole body. From the beginning of the battle, he used all the sword moves, just to let Ron get used to his moves, and then at the most critical moment, he would suddenly change his moves and kill with one blow. This guy is extremely dangerous and cunning. A hideous killing intent flashed in Gerald's eyes. No one has ever been able to block his move. Even the Navy kid in front of him can't. Die. Die here with your stupid justice and your ridiculous sympathy. The sharp long knife fell. Swish. The sound of piercing flesh and blood was heard, and blood splashed up. But Gerald was stunned, and the grim smile on his face suddenly froze. Gerald's eyes widened. A hand. A thin hand, tightly grasped his blade. The sharp knife cut the hand. The blood could not stop flowing out, and one could even see the bones of his fingers. But his knife could not move any more. It was only 1 centimeter away from the heart of the Navy kid. But this 1 centimeter was as far away as a chasm. The Navy kid actually held the blade of his long knife with his bare hands? This is impossible. It was impossible for a flesh and blood body to block his sword moves. His fingers should have been cut off alive, unless... A crazy idea flashed through Gerard's mind. One of the 6 styles of the Navy, iron block? How is it possible? Isn't that the most useless physical skill? How is it possible that someone really uses iron blocks to fight? He couldn't accept it. Then... he saw the look in the Navy's eyes. There was no panic, shock, or fear. There was only endless indifference and anger that could devour everything. It seems, that's all your trump cards. A hoarse, cold voice sounded in front of him. After the voice fell, a bottomless chill rushed into Gerard's brain. 3,000-word chapter is presented. Well, the comment area is quite lively. How should I put it? Some people like this style, and some people don't. But how should I put it? I can't satisfy everyone, so I can only say that I will try my best to write well. I am very grateful to readers who like it, and I am also sorry to readers who don't like it. Finally, I want to say that the plot of my book is designed, and there are many foreshadowings in it. There is absolutely no useless plot and characters. I would like to ask everyone to be a little patient and read it slowly. After all, I update quickly, at least 8,000 words a day. Give me a little time, please. After all, reading books here is free, right? By the way, it would be better if you asked me to update, comment, and watch the ads. I don't force you to give me rewards. No one's money comes from the wind. It's not easy to make money. Good luck. Chapter 67. When a person dies, everything is gone. I was fooled? This Navy kid. The panic and passivity just now, were actually pretending? Such a thought surged in Gerard's mind, making him faintly frightened and furious at the same time. Who is he? A cunning, forbearing, but unscrupulous person. A madman who can cruelly kill even his own brothers to hide his trump cards and secrets. His crew members, his so-called subordinates, are just tools that he can discard at will after using and squeezing out their value. Gerald is conceded that he is smart enough, and both the Navy and the pirates are played in his hands. But now, he was fooled? A surge of anger surged from his mind, completely overcoming the slight fear that had just emerged. You damned Navy kid! Gerald exerted force with his arms. The long knife was pulled out of Ron's hand, and he swung it diagonally and chopped it down. However, at this moment, Ron moved. His movements suddenly became sharp, quick, and understated. And his eyes exuded an extremely compelling light of confidence. He lightly tilted his body and easily avoided Gerald's knife. His right foot stepped heavily into the ground, and at the moment when the rocks flew, Ron's figure was like a flash of light and slammed into Gerald's chest fiercely. Puff! The index finger went straight through Gerald's abdomen, and a very clear blood hole suddenly appeared, and blood gushed out. Gerald groaned, and his face was twisted by excessive anger and was full of disbelief. He gritted his teeth and took 2 steps back, and swung the knife at Ron again frantically. The knife light was like a gust of wind. The sword light was like a torrential rain. The interlaced sharpness flickered unsteadily. The momentum was extremely amazing. However, a scene that terrified Gerard took place. Facing his fierce attack, the Navy kid, who was obviously covered in wounds and blood, suddenly became more and more powerful. At the same time, a heavy gate of the chakra meridian in Ron's body was knocked open by the surging chakra. The second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the rest gate, is open. This is a gate that completely removes the limit of physical fatigue, overloads the body's energy to restore physical strength, and offsets the fatigue caused by the energy consumption speed of opening the gate. The boy began to attack. The figure moved and flashed. The knife light passed by without any injury. Only long and criss-crossing sword marks were left on the ground behind him. How is it possible? How could you break my swordsmanship? Your body. Gerald's pupils shrank tightly, as if he had experienced a miniature earthquake. He couldn't help but let out a surprised cry. Who are you? How could there be a monster like you among the cadets of the Navy headquarters? Monster. Ron dodged a blow that could tear steel apart and shook his head coldly. You haven't seen a real monster yet. But, your swordsmanship is too crude. Gerald's swordsmanship may be quite good in the 4 Cs or the first half of the Grand Line, but in the eyes of real masters, it is simply not up to par. You know, Ron's cold weapon fighting teacher is the Navy's #1 swordsman, Dao Ji-yuan. He rushed forward suddenly. Gerald only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Ron's figure disappeared in front of him. The next moment, a cold young face appeared in the reflection of his pupils. Bang! A heavy punch. Gerard felt as if he was hit by a high-speed train. His ribs crackled and fractured. The entire rib was sunken into an exaggerated arc. Pale bone spurs pierced through the flesh on both sides. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and a trace of fear of death finally stained his crazy and violent eyes. Under the mighty punch, Gerard flew backwards like a blood-stained kite with a broken string. But this was not the end. Ron's figure disappeared at the same time. In mid-air, before Gerard's figure landed, a figure appeared in front of him. Another punch. Gerald's back seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and blood spurted out of his mouth again. His body flew up. But just when he reached the highest point, Ron also stepped on the moon step, soared into the air at a higher speed, came in front of him, and hit him in the chest with an elbow. The sound of sternum breaking came out, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Before he landed, Ron was already waiting for him on the ground. Then Gerald's figure flew up again. Bang 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 bang. In this way, Gerald was like a ball, being hit by Ron's rapid movement in the air, and the surface of his body continued to explode with blood mist. Until a certain moment. Boom! After a powerful shot, Gerald fell heavily to the ground like a cannonball, smashing a large pit with a diameter of up to 5 meters on the ground. And Ron's figure also appeared on the ground. He looked at the blond man who was struggling in the deep pit below, covered in blood and struggling, and the anger in his eyes gathered to the extreme. The culprit who destroyed Maple Leaf Town. The scum who massacred more than 1,000 civilians and destroyed countless families, fanatical Gerald. He took a slow step. His physical strength began to run out, and his body began to tremble violently. The wounds on his body left by the previous explosion were still dripping with blood, and every step he took left a bloody footprint on the mottled ground. But his body was still straight. His steps were still firm and solid. His eyes were still resolute and cold. On the ground, watching the actions of the Navy kid, feeling the shadow of death approaching infinitely, the bruised Gerald suddenly sighed with melancholy. The corners of his mouth gradually raised an arc. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. The smile gradually enlarged, ferocious, and crazy. Ha 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 ha. He laughed crazily. Interesting. You are so interesting. Come on. Kill me. His bloodshot eyes were filled with unprecedented madness, and he suddenly took out a blood-red test tube from his arms. The moment he saw the test tube, Ron's footsteps suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Gerald laughed even crazier and more complacently. He sat up with difficulty, panting, and his face was full of mockery. So in the end, you are still afraid of death. Navy kid. But I can understand you. I can understand you very much. Ha 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 ha. Your physical strength is almost at its limit, right? He shook the red test tube in his hand. This test tube is obviously much larger than the previous one. Gerald licked his lips with a crazy expression. This is the largest power rock I can make. If it explodes, everything within 100 meters in diameter will evaporate in an instant. Tisk 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 tisk. At this distance, if I detonate this power rock, you will never survive. Look, you are a talent from the Naval Academy. You have a bright future. As for me, I am just a pirate who is chased by your navy like a dog running around the sea. It's not worth it for you to exchange your life with mine, don't you think? When a person dies, there is nothing left, no dreams, no happiness, no future, nothing left. Ron looked at him quietly without saying a word. Gerald saw Ron fall into silence and knew that he had persuaded the latter, sneering in his heart. You are still too young, such a brat. But isn't this normal? Ha 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 ha. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. For a shitty task, he put his future and even his life on the line. Even a fool knows what to choose. Only his own life is the most important. Only the living are qualified to move towards victory. However, just when he thought he had won, he heard footsteps again. Gerald's face suddenly turned pale. He saw the Navy boy, and he actually took another step. You, what are you doing? Are you going to die? Gerald was finally terrified. He had never seen such a crazy man who didn't care about his life. You are right, Gerald. Ron walked towards Gerald step by step, very slowly, but firmly enough. Bright red blood dripped down his body. Yet, when people die, there is nothing left, no dreams, no happiness, no future, no more. Ron's eyes were drooping, and he said expressionlessly. He walked towards Gerald step by step. The latter moved his body back like an earthworm in fear. They are all dead. Their dreams, happiness, and future are all gone. Ron finally came to Gerald, looking down at him from above, and the coldness in his eyes made the latter feel cold all over, and the whole person froze in place. But I don't understand. They obviously want very little and very good. Their dreams are small, their happiness is small, and their future is also small. Really small. Even in my opinion, it is really humble. But they didn't get such a humble wish. Gerald said in a trembling voice. What are you talking about? He raised the power rock in his hand, squeezed it tightly, and said fiercely. Aren't you afraid of death? Ron glanced at him. Raised his hand. Kunal passed through the void. A black light flashed. A bloody severed hand holding a red test tube fell in midair. Ron volleyed. The red test tube drew an arc and flew into the distance. The next moment, a huge explosion that seemed to move mountains and fill the sea erupted from a very far distance, dyeing the entire sky red. The violent, hot wind and waves came in. The broken military uniform on Ron's body rustled. The black hair flew messily. But it could not blow away the violent anger and deep sadness in his eyes. He looked at Gerard in front of him and said lightly. I'm afraid of death. But you're more afraid of death. So I bet you don't dare to detonate this power rock. People like you who are selfish, cruel, ambitious, and don't care about other people's lives, often cherish their own lives the most. You, simply can't put your life on the gambling table. And this time, I made the right bet. Chapter 68 The Den Den Mushi that suddenly rang. Time went back to 3 minutes ago. The night sky was lonely, and the air was piercingly cold. Near the island, a light naval warship was hidden in the thick sea fog that was so thick that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. On the deck of the warship, a scarlet spark was looming. Hua Shaishan was biting a cigar in his mouth, standing on the bow of the warship with his hands folded across his chest, his eyebrows knitted into a Chuan character, and his face was gloomy and solemn as he looked at the outline of the deserted island in the distance. The sky was very dark, and the last tiny star in the dark sky was extinguished, and even the air he breathed was permeated with a gloomy murderous intent. Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan, are we sure we want to continue the inspection mission? A member of the inspection team walked over slowly and said worriedly. The young face was pale due to the sudden drop in temperature. The other members of the Navy team also quietly looked at Hua Shaishan's broad back. Although they belonged to the intelligence department of the Navy headquarters, they belonged to the sequence of civilian officials and were not in the military's combat system. But as intelligence officers, they knew better than anyone how terrible the fanatic Gerald was. The so-called intelligence officer is to infer the portrait of the target mission through the intelligence obtained as much as possible, make judgments and analyses, and then provide the combat system department with sufficient tactics and decision-making suggestions. Although they have never seen Gerald in person, it does not affect their ability to infer the degree of danger of Gerald from the intelligence obtained along the way. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, there have been countless people who have gone out to sea to become pirates from all over the four seas and even the Grand Line every year. But most of these pirates have very reckless and impulsive behavior patterns. But Gerald is obviously not such a person. He is sinister enough, cunning enough, and cruel enough. Not to mention that he holds a terrifying weapon like the Power Rock, which makes him as dangerous as a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Since he can set a trap on the body of a civilian woman to kill the Navy who went to chase him, he must have other cards. So they are also very worried about Ron's condition. Ron saved all their lives in Maple Leaf Town, won their favor and trust, and showed unparalleled excellence along the way. They really don't want to see the young Navy take risks with his life like this. When people die, there is nothing left. Hua Shaishan fell into silence after listening to the words of the young Navy. The wind was sad, but it couldn't blow away the thick fog. He looked at the island in the distance quietly, thinking of many things in his heart. After a long time, he slowly spoke in a hoarse voice. What do you think? What kind of person is Ron? The inspectors were stunned when they heard this, looked at each other, and then answered. His performance far exceeds that of the past few military academy students. Yes, especially the psychological quality he showed, the calmness and rationality in the life and death crisis, and the previous analysis of the traces of the fanatic explosion pirates. Which is simply unheard of. His combat power is also quite good. In time, he will definitely be a pillar of our Navy. The inspectors said one after another, with undisguised praise in their tone. This is what they really think, and they did not exaggerate. But it is precisely because Ron is so outstanding that they are reluctant to let him take such a risk. Hua Shaishan listened to their words, and the corners of his mouth gradually outlined a mellow arc like strong liquor. Yes, he is too good. Even I have never seen such a person. But that is why I have full confidence in him. Some roads have to be walked by himself. Hua Shaishan suddenly remembered the cold eyes of Ron before he set out 2 hours ago, which made him, a battle-hardened vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, feel a little numb. This is no longer a question of mission or not. If they stop Ron, perhaps, he will be like Kuzan back then. From a great Navy adhering to burning justice, he has become the lazy admiral who is not motivated by anything. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from a distant island. The sky-high column of fire dyed the entire night sky red. Such a horrifying scene directly interrupted the meditation of Hua Shaishan and others. Ron took action. The same idea emerged in their minds. Don't move here, I'll go take a look. Hua Shaishan's face was red. He threw down these words and jumped up from the bow, stepping on the air and shooting towards the island in the distance. Several members of the inspection team were stunned at first, and then a smile appeared on their lips. Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan said he was not worried about Ron, but when the real battle began, he rushed over without hesitation. Everyone smiled at each other, and then their expressions returned to seriousness and vigilance, and each entered their own position to be on guard. Yes, everyone has their own way to go. And some roads can only be walked alone. Ron is like this, Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan is like this, and they are also responsible for guarding this warship. Such a great justice is supported by countless navy ships walking their own paths. Running all the way, Hua Shaishan vented his physical strength without reservation and stepped on the air to move forward. Listening to the roar, fighting and crazy laughter coming from the island getting closer and closer in the distance, a trace of anxiety surged into his heart unconsciously. Suddenly, a blood-red arc of light flew over Hua Shaishan's head. Hua Shaishan's pupils shrank. Boom! A terrifying explosion far exceeding the first one occurred in the distance behind him. The flames that penetrated the sky and the earth set off huge waves, causing Hua Shaishan's eyelids to twitch. Damn it, he was almost blown up. Gerald, that madman is so wicked that he throws power rocks everywhere? He cursed inwardly and increased his speed again. He finally stepped on land. He ran all the way. The road was littered with pirate corpses. The scene in front of him suddenly became clear. He saw two figures. Ron, who was standing, and Gerald, who was kneeling on the ground with a horrified face and blood on his broken hand. Is it over? The stone hanging in his heart slowly fell, and Hua Shaishan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he heard the call of Den Den Mushi. Somehow, his heart tightened again. Please support me in every way, please comment and urge me to update. Chapter 69 No one can stop me. The world was as quiet as a grave that buried everything. Gerald covered his broken arm tightly with one hand, trying to stop the bleeding. The intense pain made him kneel on the ground helplessly, bent over, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His face was as pale as paper. He realized that his life was about to come to an end. Bulu bulu. Bulu bulu. Just when Gerard was completely desperate, a rapid call of Den Den Mushi suddenly sounded in his arms, and then a Den Den Mushi slipped out of his arms and fell to the ground. He was shocked, as if he realized something, and suddenly laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He actually laughed directly to tears. In his eyes, which were originally full of fear and pain, a violent and rampant blood color broke out. It was full of the pleasure of revenge and the ecstasy of surviving a disaster. Navy Kid, I advise you to connect this Den Den Mushi, otherwise you will regret it. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the expressionless Ron in front of him with an extremely mocking look, sneering. Ron narrowed his eyes. Looking at the non-stop jumping Den Den Mushi, he actually had a vague guess in his heart. Gerald was too unusual. A pirate who entered the Grand Line from the Four Seas actually had such courage to wantonly massacre civilians and towns. Even if he had a weapon like the power rock in his hand, according to common sense, he would not dare to do so. The most important thing is, Gerald is different from the ordinary mud-legged pirates who came from the Four Seas. He is very clear about the Navy's action mode and functional structure, and can even tell at a glance that Ron is a student of the Marineford Headquarters Military Academy. This vision and knowledge are simply not something that ordinary pirates can have. And all these signs point to a truth at the same time. Behind this crazy guy, there is a greater darkness and sin. What's wrong? Don't you dare! Looking at Ron, who was indifferent, Gerald laughed strangely, and a sickly flush appeared on his thin high cheekbones. In his deep eye sockets, his bloodshot pupils exuded a cold light. Ron suddenly laughed. No, I'm just a little relieved. Originally, I was thinking about how to pry the guy behind you out of your mouth, but now it seems that I have saved a lot of effort. Then, under Gerald's stunned eyes, he picked up the Den Den Mushi on the ground and connected the call. Bruise. A gloomy laugh came from the Den Den Mushi. Gerald, I have already contacted the buyer. You should prepare your supply channels and ensure sufficient supply. There was a dead silence. Ron recognized this voice. This extremely familiar and annoying voice. Gerard suddenly yelled at the Den Den Mushi. Lord Joker! I was caught by the Navy. He wanted to cut off the supply of explosive rocks from my hands, and he wanted to kill. Boom! A foot stomped his head firmly on the ground. The ground suddenly cracked, and shocking cracks appeared. Gerald spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and his golden hair was completely stained red by blood, sticking messily to his face. Waves of dizziness surged, completely interrupting his words. Ron squinted at Gerard, who was struggling on the ground like a stinky rat, and focused on the Den Den Mushi again, his eyebrows knitted tightly. That's right, Joker. He should have guessed it long ago. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Flamingo Don Quixote da Flamingo. 10 years ago, Don Quixote da Flamingo seized the throne of Dressrosa and served as the king of Dressrosa. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he makes good use of the authority granted by the world government to the 7 warlords of the sea and controls many industries around the world. For example, the human auction venue in GR1 of the Sabayati archipelago is one of his industries. He is the most powerful 7 warlords of the sea at this stage. Doflamingo is a master of both black and white, with an official background and dark forces. He privately runs an illegal human auction house, provides slaves for the celestial dragons and wealthy nobles, and kidnaps creatures of various races. He is engaged in the arms business in the underground world, and his influence spreads all over the world. He is an intermediary in the underground world, codenamed Joker. In addition, Ron, who is familiar with the plot, also knows that he secretly raises the evil scientist M. Caesar Clown, produces artificial animal-type devil fruit Smile, and secret Lithe Navy government secretly sold the artificial fruit to the 4 emperors Kaido. For Ron, who is now just a military academy student, he can be called a big shot in terms of combat power, status, and influence. After another silence, Doflamingo's voice came out of the Den Den Mushi again. Ha 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 ha. Navy. So. Navy, you already know my name. Please let Gerard go. He is my most trusted partner. If anything happens to him, I will be very unhappy. At this time, Hua Shanti appeared beside Ron. His face was more solemn than ever. He walked closer to Ron and whispered in the latter's ear. Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He paused, and a hint of anxiety flashed across his face. His former identity was a celestial dragon. He looked at Ron in embarrassment. Although Doflamingo was only a former celestial dragon. But even celestial dragons who have been deprived of their rights are still celestial dragons. They have a significant voice and influence in the world government, and the world government is the superior organization of the marine headquarters. It is a behemoth that has ruled this sea for 800 years. When Hua Shaishan heard Doflamingo's unique laughter, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and the uneasy premonition in his mind finally became a reality. The power and status of celestial dragons are supreme. This is the iron rule of this sea. As a powerful vice-admiral of the marine headquarters, although he is not afraid of Doflamingo's identity as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he is very afraid of the latter's celestial dragon bloodline. Ron is just a military school student. With his identity and status, if he does something impulsive, the consequences are unimaginable. Ron, don't be impulsive. Hua Shaishan said in a low voice. If he offended the celestial dragons, perhaps Ron would not lose his life, but his future in the navy would be ruined. The whole world knows that Doflamingo is a vicious and vindictive guy. Those he dislikes are killed by him without exception by using the identity of Shishibukai or celestial dragons. Ron has a bright future, and there is no need for him to bear such pressure because of a mere pirate. It's not worth it. Ron glanced at Hua Shaishan. Hua Shaishan suddenly felt a chill on his spine. He saw the determination in Ron's eyes and thought to himself that it was bad. Navy, what do you think? Doflamingo's sneer continued to come out. Hey, 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 hey. If you release Gerard here, I promise you will rise to prominence in the Navy in the future. My kindness is not something that anyone is entitled to. If you can push Gerard to a dead end, then I can believe that you are a smart person, and I believe you will make the right choice. The kindness of a Shishibukai. The kindness of the King of Dressrosa. And the kindness of a celestial dragon. This sounds like a big gift, a treatment that countless people will never enjoy in their lifetime. Of course. The implication is also very obvious. If Ron kills Gerard, then what he will gain is the malice of a Shishibukai, a king of a world power, and a celestial dragon. This seems to be a question that anyone with a normal mind knows how to choose. Gerald is very clear about this, and so is Doflamingo. They all believe that Ron is a smart person and he will make a smart choice. Silence. Deathly quiet. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, and every second was extremely difficult for everyone present. They were waiting for the answer from the Navy boy. I've never seen a dead person before. Ron spoke, his voice was hoarse and gradually disappeared in the wind. I never thought that I would see so many dead people on my first trip to the sea. Doflamingo, do you know, there is a town called Maple Leaf Town thousands of miles away from the Grand Line. Doflamingo's tone was full of doubt. I don't know. Ron smiled. I didn't know before. Of course, no one will know in the future. No one will know that there was a happy family living in that town. Yes, happy, not rich, not powerful, but very happy. Why do you think you can use power and fame to threaten me and bribe me? Doflamingo's voice gradually permeated with cold murderous intent and anger. This is my kindness. Ron suddenly smiled. I'm sorry, I don't need the kindness of garbage. Crack. He crushed the den mushi in his hand. Then, one foot stepped heavily on it. Snap. Gerard's head exploded like a watermelon. Boom. The ground beneath his feet shattered again and broke into pieces. Hua Shaishan looked at the scene in front of him with a pale face. In his blank brain, a strange feeling emerged, an unprecedented joy. 5 minutes after that, the sky-high fire rose up in front of him, gradually engulfing Gerald's body. Hua Shaishan stood behind Ron, looking at the tough back of the Navy boy with complicated eyes, and sighed in his heart. Ron looked at the swaying flames in front of him and lit a cigarette for himself. He took a deep puff, feeling the spicy tobacco smell irritating his throat, and narrowed his eyes. He took out a thin notebook from his arms. It was that diary, which had been stained red by Ron's blood. For the last time, he read the diary carefully, word by word, from beginning to end. And then threw the diary into the flames. I'm sorry. He murmured in a trance. I'm sorry. He murmured in a trance. At the same time, an electronic reminder sounded in his mind. Congratulations on successfully completing the mission. Eliminate the Fanatic Explosion Pirates and earning 2,500 points. Looking at this prompt for completing the mission. Looking at the flames rising to the sky in front of him. Ron suddenly realized why he felt a little unhappy when he saw this mission. Because killing Gerard. Not to complete the internship mission for graduation. Nor to complete the system mission with points reward. But he simply felt. He wanted to do this. He had to do this. No one could stop him. I tried my best and hope it was enjoyable to watch. Seek all support. Thank you very much. Chapter 70 Dawn. The heat rose in the flames, and the flames sometimes swirled and sometimes twisted. The swaying red chased each other, rising step by step, and the thick sea fog seemed to liquefy under the high heat, shining in the deepest twilight. The diary turned into ashes and flew up. The increasingly raging flames came with heat, so abrupt that it was suffocating, but Ron was unaware of it. He just stood there in a daze, watching the diary representing a whole warm spring gradually turn into nothingness. At this time, the warship docked. Several members of the inspection team came over, looking at the mottled and broken land around them, covered with flames and sword marks, and finally their eyes fell on the bruised Navy boy, with a shocked face. "You are impulsive." Hua Shaishan looked at Ron's back and smiled bitterly. Dong Quixote da Flamingo is a celestial dragon and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Although Ron is a military academy student who is being trained with emphasis, Da Flamingo may not be able to kill him directly, but he can make Ron's future in the Navy very difficult. After hearing Hua Shaishan's words, Ron fell silent. His angular face loomed in the dancing light and shadow, looking deep and mysterious. He spoke in a hoarse, faint voice. "I lurked in the sea for nearly 2 hours before I attacked the fanatic explosion pirates. The sea water was very cold, even my body had already frozen, but I didn't care. Gerald was very cunning. If I attacked at the wrong time and made him alert, he would have a good chance of escaping from me. I didn't want to fail, I didn't want any accidents, so I waited for 2 hours. I waited until the pirates' banquet was over, until they were drunk, until they slept the deepest in the early morning, until I thought it would be foolproof, then I attacked." At this point, Ron's mouth suddenly showed an unprecedented dryness. "It turns out that my tactics were right. Before I alerted Gerard, I successfully killed a dozen pirates on duty in the fanatic explosion pirates silently, which gave me the opportunity to kill him. But I found that they brought several girls who were kidnapped on their previous journey to their bonfire party." He raised his hand and pointed to a pile of ashes not far away. Hua Shaishan and the others looked in the direction Ron pointed, and their faces changed slightly. They couldn't help but clench their fists tightly, and anger was brewing in their chests. It was a pile of messy skeletons. And among them, there were obviously several skeletons, which were smaller than the others. No need to ask, they all knew that these were the civilian girls. So I was thinking, if I wasn't so rational and calm, but a little more impulsive, maybe they could still be alive, maybe I could save them, maybe they wouldn't have to die. Ron said hoarsely. So, when I received that call from Da Flamingo, I told myself that I couldn't be so calm. Who he is, it doesn't matter at all. Hua Shaishan murmured, "But you will have a hard time later." Ron smiled indifferently, and said something that seemed to be meaningful, which moved Hua Shaishan and other Marines in the inspection team. "Who isn't?" Everyone fell silent. Even Hua Shaishan stopped persuading. "Yes, who isn't?" Compared to those ordinary people who died in the cruel means of pirates, Ron's road, even if it was a little difficult, how difficult could it be? At least he thought so. In this terrible era of pirates, disasters will always come one after another. But if you are afraid of disasters, if you give in again and again and endure silently again and again, your life will become meaningless. I understand. Hua Shaishan stared at the young Navy boy in front of him with his eyes wide open. Somehow, his eyes were a little wet. Congratulations, Military Academy student Ron, you have successfully completed your internship mission. He suddenly raised his hand, raised it to his temple, held his head high, and saluted the respectable Navy boy in front of him with a very standard military salute. The Navy officers of the inspection team behind Hua Shaishan also smiled at each other, followed him, and saluted without saying a word. At this moment, there was no need to use words anymore. A standard military salute was the best way for them to express their inner recognition and respect for this Navy boy. Crack! The bonfire made a sound like a rock bursting, the fire roared and shook the sky, and the bonfire collapsed with a deafening roar. The flames billowed, the thick smoke rolled up, and swirled and danced behind Ron. He slowly turned around and looked at the endless sea in the distance. The clouds in the east suddenly tore a crack, and a short, shining silver light broke through the clouds. The sunlight penetrated the dark sky, ray by ray, and penetrated the earth and the sea. The vivid colors and the bright warm sun swept away the last trace of darkness and fog on the earth and the sea, and dispelled them all. The light on the ground was golden. The sun shone on Ron's thin body covered with blood and injuries, and even his skin became warm. The ground under his feet creaked, as if telling something. The vast sea was clear and boundless, as blue as a gorgeous gem. Everyone was dazzled by the scene in front of them. They were dazzled by the young man bathed in the sun, with a firm smile on his side face. It was dawn. Chapter 71. He said he wanted to win. The sea breeze was blowing gently on the clear blue sea. The gentle waves were like a gentle mother, reflecting the sparkling light under the bright sunlight, soothing people's hearts and making people feel relaxed and happy. Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, the pirate ships of the fanatic explosion pirates have been counted. A young member of the inspection team said respectfully. Hua Shaishan, biting a cigar, turned around slowly, exhaled a long stream of white smoke from his mouth, glanced at the pirate ship connected to the stern of the warship and towed by the warship, and said softly, "Tell me the details." The Navy of the inspection team said in a deep voice. After inventory. There are a total of 5 cabins on the pirate ship. Except for 2 cabins used for living, the other 3 cabins are storage warehouses. The storage warehouse is divided into 2 batches, 2 of which store a large amount of gold and silver treasures. The total value is initially estimated to be more than 700 million baileys. 700 million baileys. Hua Shaishan's pupils shrank slightly. This is a huge amount of money. You know, the traces and scope of the activities of the fanatic pirate group are temporarily limited to the first half of the Grand Line Paradise, but their pirate ship has looted a huge wealth of 700 million baileys. 700 million baileys. This is at least a year's fiscal and tax revenue for some medium-sized countries. And Hua Shaishan, as a powerful vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, only has a military salary of 1.2 million baileys a year. It is hard to imagine how many towns that Madman Gerald destroyed and how many innocent civilians he killed to loot such a terrifying wealth. Gerald. Killing him 100 times or 1,000 times will not wash away his sins. Hua Shaishan suddenly felt that Ron was too kind. Such an unforgivable bastard, directly stepped on his head and crushed it, which was a direct pleasure for him. Thinking of this, Hua Shaishan regretted it a little. He shouldn't have advised Ron not to be impulsive. Because he did the right thing. If it were Hua Shaishan, he would kill too. What the hell are the 7 warlords of the sea? What the hell is Doflamingo? Where's the other cabin? Hua Shaishan suppressed his anger and asked again. The gold and silver treasures of 700 million baileys are indeed priceless, but as a navy, he is more concerned about another thing. When the Navy of the inspection team heard this, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He carefully looked at the pirate ship connected to the stern of the warship with an iron hook, as if it was some terrifying war monster. The other cabin is full of dynamic rocks. He lowered his voice. Hua Shaishan finally changed color. The scale of the pirate ship of the fanatic pirates is not small among normal pirate groups. One of their cabins is about the size of a small house of 15 square meters. The entire cabin is actually filled with that kind of amazing explosives. Hua Shaishan's eyelids couldn't help but tremble. He looked at the pirate ship towed by the warship and felt uncomfortable all over. They had to tow this ship full of bombs back to the Navy headquarters. This was no ordinary bomb. The power rock the size of a fingernail could blow up their warship. Not to mention the power rock in the cabin. And this thing was extremely unstable. No one except Gerald knew how to use it. If they encountered a storm along the way, they would probably evaporate on the spot. Hua Shaishan's mouth twitched when he thought of this. He thought of another question. That madman Gerald actually towed a ship full of power rocks. Run to the sea. We have to hurry back to the city, avoid densely populated cities. Don't delay on the way, let the sailors speed up, you just bear with it for a while, we can't dock during this period. After returning to Marineford, notify the science department to send someone to take over as soon as possible. Hua Shaishan said with a serious face. The inspectors saluted and agreed immediately. A whole ship of dynamic rocks cannot have any accidents. In order to avoid unnecessary influences and accidents, they must not get close to densely populated areas. This is the responsibility of their navy. By the way, how is Ron's physical condition? Hua Shaishan asked again. The inspectors replied. The accompanying military doctor on the ship has helped him treat his wounds. His physical fitness is quite good, he recovered quickly, and there is no danger of life. Hua Shaishan nodded. He waved his hand, indicating that the members of the inspection team could get busy. Go and get busy. Immediately he subconsciously looked in the direction of the cabin. Through the glass on the cabin door, he could vaguely see a thin figure lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. He was on an 4-drip, his arm was wrapped in plaster, and his body was covered with blood-stained bandages. But even in his sleep, the navy boy's eyebrows were still tightly knitted. Hua Shaishan looked for a long time, and suddenly sighed. He took out the military den mushi from his arms and dialed the headquarters communication. Bulu bulu. Bulu bulu. A burst of den mushi calls sounded, and after a moment, Zifa's old voice came from it. I am Zifa. Hua Shaishan said in a deep voice. Teacher Zifa, I am Hua Shaishan. Zifa's voice paused. He heard the seriousness and lowness in Hua Shaishan's tone. What happened? Hua Shaishan took a deep breath and said slowly, as you said, Ron did not terminate the mission. He used the traces left by the Zealot explosion pirates in Maple Leaf Town and analyzed factors such as Gerald's personality characteristics to successfully calculate the route of the Zealot pirates. But when the Zealot explosion pirates were being attacked, an accident happened. He paused. Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, contacted Gerald. It turned out that Gerald was his partner. Da Flamingo issued a threat. At this point, Hua Shaishan took another deep look at the thin figure sleeping on the bed in the cabin. Suddenly, he remembered the navy boy who challenged him on the military academy grounds. The figure who was bleeding and covered with scars, but still did not stop punching. What did he say? By the way, someone has to win, why can't it be me? Do you want to win, Ron? What a brat who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Hua Shaishan murmured in his heart, and suddenly smiled softly silently. His eyes suddenly became fierce. Teacher Zifa, I killed Gerald. He said to the den mushi seriously, word by word. My hope is to write well about everyone who appears, and write well about every story of them, not just the protagonist. It may seem a little watery, but One Piece is not always about Luffy, right? Please urge for more, please watch the ads, and please give a 5-star rating. Chapter 72 Who says that only those who stand in the light are heroes? Teacher Zifa, I killed Gerald. At the Naval Headquarters Military Academy, Zifa, who was sitting in the chief instructor's office, listened to the serious voice of the den mushi and fell silent for a while. Hua Shaishan's voice continued to sound. Teacher Zifa, I'm sorry. I violated military regulations and interfered with Ron's internship mission. But the wisdom, strategy, analysis, vision, and combat power he showed in this mission far exceeded the standards for military school graduation. You will see this in the file reports submitted by the members of the inspection team later. I, Hua Shaishan, swear in the name of the Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Ron will definitely graduate with the strength of the chief of this military school. Zifa still didn't speak. He took off his sunglasses casually, revealing a pair of wrinkled eyes washed with the vicissitudes of time. Click! The sound of a lighter sounded, and Zifa lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Snow-white smoke condensed into a flag in front of him. Zeph looked at the lifelike military den mushi that showed Hua Shaishan's honest square face, and suddenly slammed the table and cursed. Hua Shaishan, do you think I'm really old and confused? How dare you lie to me? You stinky boy, aren't you just a shitty King Shishibukai da Flamingo? Isn't you just a shitty celestial dragon who has passed his prime? What are you afraid of? Ron is my student, does he need you to lie to me to protect him? To protect him, I, the teacher, have to come in person. Zeph cursed until he was out of breath, his eyes were red, he was fussing, and his saliva was flying all over the sky. But at the corner of his mouth, there was a touch of hearty pleasure and deep relief. This is the Navy he wants to see. This is what he wants to see picture. When something happens, they flee and evade responsibility. Such people are not qualified to be a soldier at all. On the warship, Hua Shaishan heard Zifa's angry curse, and a warm current surged in his heart, like a raging tide, and his eyes were slightly red. He gritted his teeth, took another look and insisted. Teacher Zifa, I didn't lie to you. Bullshit. Do you believe that I will beat you up when you come back? Zeph's gnashing curse almost blew up the Den Den Mushi. For no reason, what responsibility do you take? A shitty pirate who massacred so many towns and killed so many civilians, shouldn't he be punished? Hua Shaishan, you have to remember. Ron did nothing wrong. Since he did nothing wrong, no one needs to take any responsibility. You are the Navy, you are my students, you are the soldiers I trained. Even if there is a responsibility, it is me who will take it. Fuck you, when did the Navy need you to show off? Take Ron with you and get back to me immediately. If you keep talking nonsense, I will come back to deal with you. After that, Zifa put on sunglasses and hung up the military Den Den Mushi. He casually put on a large cloak of justice, strode out of the door, and walked towards the direction of the Marinfondo Marshal's mansion, with a firm light in his eyes. And Ron and Hua Shaishan did a good job. When faced with evil and darkness, even when facing the oppression of power, he insisted on his original intention and belief, and decisively swung his fist. Is this wrong? Yes. Since it is not wrong, there is naturally no question of taking any bullshit responsibility. Hua Shaishan, that overly gentle bastard, what is he trying to do? If he wants to show off, I will do it myself. On the other side. On the deck of the warship, Hua Shaishan stared blankly at the Den Den Mushi in front of him whose communication was interrupted. The Den Den Mushi still vividly stayed on Zifa's face wearing sunglasses and cursing. He stood there motionless for a long time, and then slowly revealed a sour and mellow smile. Teacher Zifa. He is still exactly the same as before. He raised his head and looked at the sea in the distance. The silvery sea surface spread out in front of him, stretching as far as the eye can see. Behind him was the cabin. He clenched his fists. The whole world calls Vice Admiral Garp a Navy hero. Indeed, Mr. Garp, who defeated the Rocks pirates and forced the Pirate King Gold Roger into desperate situations many times, is indeed a well-deserved naval hero. He is the strongest navy, with unrivaled strength and status in the army. Who doesn't know the fierce reputation of the Iron Fist? And what about Marshal Sengoku? With the dignity of the Navy Marshal, he commands the righteous forces of the whole world. Known as the Wise General, he has 100 strategies and is powerful. He led the Navy to fight countless battles and fight countless crimes. He is also highly valued by the world government and has an extremely significant influence on the entire world's political landscape. And what about Zephyr in the same period? He does not have the outstanding military exploits of Vice Admiral Garp. Nor does he have the exquisite and unparalleled wisdom of Marshal Sengoku. He has even resigned from the position of Navy Admiral long ago. If we use the perspective of the winners and the successful, such a navy, it is undoubtedly an out-and-out loser. But, in Hua Shaishan, no. In the hearts of countless naval commanders, the purple-haired old man who sits alone in the empty office late at night and brags about himself and scolds students at every turn is the man who deserves their respect the most. He may not have the reputation of Mr. Karp. nor the power of martial Sengoku. All he has is sitting alone in the dark. He has seen that broad back more than once, quietly looking at that yellowed old photo in the middle of the night, smoking one cigarette after another silently until dawn. But such a stubborn and bad-tempered old man has taught generations of excellent navy. He taught them true justice with his life, his courage, his persistence, and stubbornness. Who says that only those who stand in the light are heroes? This is the real naval hero. At this moment, Hua Shaishan raised his head and stood straight. The white cloak of justice danced in the air behind him, and the word justice on it seemed to be roaring. He made a decision secretly. He laughed wantonly. His eyes looking at the sea were bright and gentle, like the summer sky. Chapter 73 They know nothing. Let's push the time forward a little. Half an hour ago. The second half of the Grand Line. New World, Dressrosa. This is a country where the sun is always shining and flowers are blooming. Krita Arena. The crowd was noisy. The dazzling sunlight illuminated a tall figure in the arena. He stood on the ground, holding a sharp spear in one hand. Then, now let's give the warmest applause to, one of the greatest gladiators in our bullfighting arena, the second-ranked hero on the winning streak list. Ares. The host of the arena said to the microphone in an exaggerated tone, his face flushed with excitement. Instantly, the audience in the packed auditorium burst into boiling cheers. Ares, this warrior who came out of nowhere, has completely become the darling of this country since he joined the arena of Dressrosa as a gladiator. He has a heroic appearance and very impactful facial features. His naked upper body has sharp muscles and is covered with various wounds. Standing there with a blood-stained war spear, he is like an undefeated god of war, exuding a wild breath. Under this appearance that makes countless girls and ladies crazy, his strength is even more dazzling than his appearance. 999 life and death battles, all won. What a crazy record! Ares, Ares, Ares! The crowd cheered. Today, our great gladiator, god of war Ares' opponent, is the legendary Giants. As the host's voice fell, the sound of creaking came from the passage of the arena. The heavy steel gate slowly rose under the action of the gears. A huge foot stepped out first in the darkness. Boom! 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 The 10-meter-tall behemoth seemed to cause a small earthquake in the entire arena with every step. The thick iron chain bound the giant's body, and the dragon-like muscles swelled up. He stood in front of the 2-meter-tall Ares, like an insurmountable copper wall. In an instant. Boom! The whole arena was boiling. It's the Giants. The legendary Giants. Kill him! Kill that giant! The eyes of the people in the audience turned red. They were screaming, roaring, and howling. Many people even put their hands across their throats and dragged them, making a throat-cutting motion. The host raised his hand high and laughed sharply. Then, let's start. Fight! For the glory of the Krita Arena. For the glory of the Don Quixote family. For the glory of King Doflamingo. Fight as much as you can. The winner will get everything you want. The loser will lose everything. Use your blood and life to present the most wonderful performance for the great people of Dressrosa. He waved his hand violently and made a slashing motion. The next moment, as the thick chains on the giants were untied, the huge giant roared, picked up a huge battle axe from the scattered weapons in his hand, and rushed towards Ares. The bastards of the Don Quixote family said that as long as he could kill this little guy, he would be free and return to his hometown of Elbaf. Ares also crushed the ground with his foot and went forward with a spear in his hand with an expressionless face. Clang! The spear and the axe collided fiercely, making a deafening buzzing sound. A violent air wave suddenly derived. Boom! In an instant, unprecedented madness filled the entire arena. The ladies were screaming. The rich roared and threw stacks of banknotes down. The atmosphere reached its peak all of a sudden. There is nothing more exciting than the splashing of blood and the fight of life and death. The top box of the arena. The huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows isolated the noise and enthusiasm of the outside world. From this position, you can have a clear view of the fight below that drove tens of thousands of spectators crazy. But the owner of the box was not in the mood to enjoy this feast full of blood. He just held a den mushy with a gloomy look, and his eyes flashed with a cold and ruthless coldness. He sat on a large top-grade luxury sofa, wearing a white shirt on the upper body, red cropped pants with white patterns on the lower body, and pointed shoes on his feet. Behind him, he was wearing a pink feather coat. The short golden hair was like a brilliant crown, and the sunglasses reflected the reflection of the den mushy. The king of the kingdom of Dressrosa, the owner of the Clyda arena, the 7 warlords of the sea. Don Quixote da Flamingo. The veins that were as hideous as earthworms were slowly wriggling in his body, and the cold and piercing murderous intent emanated from his body, as if to make the surrounding air drop. Snap! Da Flamingo suddenly crushed the den mushy with one hand. Garbage! A cruel arc slowly rose at the corner of his mouth. Interesting! It's so interesting! Da Flamingo stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, grinning wildly, shaking his body and laughing. He even laughed until tears came out. How long? How long has it been? How long has it been since the last time someone dared to say he was trash? Da Flamingo couldn't remember how long it had been. But he hadn't forgotten. The last person who dared to say he was trash was the highest authority in the world government, the old immortals known as the 5 Elders. That day, he carried his biological father's bloody head, and walked up the sacred stairs of the holy land of Marijoa alone with scars all over his body. That day, a bloody path appeared on the sacred stairs leading to the highest power of the world government. That day, he thought he could usher in the greatest honor of his life. But, what he saw was the mockery, contempt, and disgust of the 5 old immortals. Da Flamingo will never forget that disgusting look in his life. What did they say? Da Flamingo, your father has given up his rights as a celestial dragon. In other words, you are no longer a celestial dragon. You, the Don Quixote family, have betrayed the great god clan. You should understand that there are only 2 kinds of people in this world. Celestial dragons, and trash. You are no longer a celestial dragon, which means, you are trash. Did you hear that? Take your stupid father's head and get out of the Holy Land, as far away as you can. Trash, don't embarrass yourself here. By the way, remember to clean the holy stairs when you leave. That's it. The former celestial dragon Don Quixote da Flamingo knelt on the ground like a dog, cleaned the holy stairs, and then left the holy land of Marijoa without saying a word. From that day on, he swore. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to say he was trash, he would twist their heads off. How many years it has been since he left the Holy Land? From the establishment of the Don Quixote family in the North Sea, all the way to this new world. To Dressrosa. From the biggest intermediary in the dark underground world, to the king of Dressrosa, a powerful country in the New World, to the 7 warlords of the sea. After so many years, no one dared to say he was trash. But now, a mere navy dared to say these 2 words in front of him? How dare he? He is Da Flamingo. He is Don Quixote da Flamingo. He felt angry. Uncontrollable anger. The murderous intent in his heart finally couldn't be restrained and swarmed out. His figure flew straight up, and the pink feather coat danced wildly behind him. Crack! The huge floor-to-ceiling glass was torn to pieces by him alive, turning into countless fragments and scattered. The hustle and bustle of the outside arena instantly surrounded him. In the arena below, Ares and the giant warriors were fighting fiercely, and both sides were covered with bloody scars. However, just when they were about to fight to the death to kill each other, a figure wearing a feather coat landed in the center of the arena. In an instant, the deafening arena suddenly became quiet, and there was a dead silence. The warriors and giants were stunned at the same time and stopped. Everyone in the audience suddenly widened their eyes. My people! I am your king! Doflamingo stood in the center of the shattered arena, raised his head, stared straight at the sky above his head, and opened his arms unscrupulously. It seemed as if he was embracing the whole world. I'm sorry to bother you. But, this kind of battle is really boring. Hey 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 hey! Next, let me, the King of Dressrosa, personally perform a wonderful show for you. Don't blink, it will be over in a moment. He grinned crazily. The warriors and giants changed their faces at the same time. They seemed to realize something, looked at each other, and tacitly raised their weapons to kill Doflamingo. Doflamingo waved his hands. It seemed that something sharp passed through the void. In an instant, the blood-stained spear, the huge battle axe, broke into two pieces at the same time. In the horrified eyes of all the audience, Ares, the invincible god of war, the legendary giant warrior of Elbaf, both stiffened at the same time. A shallow bloodstain slowly emerged on their waists. Then, with a crash, two figures, one tall and one short, were cut in half and fell to the ground. The boiling blood flowed all over the ground, dyeing the sea water surrounding the arena red, attracting countless fighting fish to chase after it. In the dead silence, Doflamingo laughed grimly and jumped up into the sky. The target was the direction of the marine headquarters, Marineford. Behind him, the entire arena was torn apart. Amid the deafening roar, the audience in the audience burst into hysterical roars and screams again. Lord Doflamingo! Long live Lord Doflamingo! Long live Dressrosa! Long live the Don Quixote family! The crowd cheered, screamed, and roared, as if enjoying the debris and stinking blood all over the ground. God of War Ares? The legendary giants? They died. They died in an instant. So what? As spectators, what they want to see is nothing but blood and killing. As for other things, it doesn't matter at all. They don't know that Ares, known as the god of war, only needs one victory to win 1,000 consecutive victories and win a prize of 100 million Baileys. Then he returned to his hometown to save the poor country. They didn't know that the giant tribe, who was as strong as a monster, was actually just a boy who had just turned 16. He was not good at fighting. He picked up the battle axe and just wanted to regain his freedom and go home to hug his mother again. In the audience where countless banknotes were flying and wine was overflowing, they knew nothing. Don't blame me for being long-winded. The following paragraph is not about watering the word count. After all, it's free and no subscription is required. Everyone knows that in a fast-paced theme like pirates, writing a book similar to this chapter is really a bit of a death wish. But I really want to write it more perfectly. The good of the good guys, the bad of the bad guys, and the characteristics of each country must be perfectly reflected, so that it fits the world in my mind. So sometimes it seems a bit, stream of consciousness? I don't know how to describe it, but I can only promise to write it as best as I can. I still say that I hope everyone can give me some time. When it's time to burn, I can burn to the point of pressing Boruto to the ground. Finally, let me talk about the update. The number of words in each chapter is not fixed. This is for the reading experience. For example, this chapter has 3,500 words. I can post it in 2 chapters, but it always feels a little bit lacking if it is interrupted in the middle. Anyway, in general, under normal circumstances, I will update 8,000 words a day as a minimum. If I am in a good state, I may update more than 10,000 words. If there is something, I will explain it clearly. Well, that's it. I wish you all the best and ask for all your support. Chapter 74 Kill them all. Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. The towering military fortresses stand on the land, and the snow-white seagull flags cover the sky. The wind roars and pierces the bones. The huge warships patrol back and forth like ferocious and iron-blooded sea beasts. Hey? It seems that something is flying over. Is it an enemy attack? Be on guard! Be on guard! On the watchtower, a naval soldier put down the telescope in his hand with an anxious look and hurriedly issued a warning signal. In just 5 seconds, hundreds of elite Navy soldiers rushed out from various military fortresses. They formed a defensive camp on the huge oval naval port, with resolute expressions, and raised their spears in unison, aiming at the figure flying in the clouds in the sky in the distance. Boom boom! The heavy artillery turrets around also made a heavy humming sound, and the dark and empty muzzles moved slowly, also locking onto the figure. This is the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford. The Holy Land of Justice, the center of the most elite and brave military organizations on this sea. Is this how you Navy greet your closest allies? A rebellious laugh came from afar, and then the thousands of Navy in the camp felt a flash before their eyes. Boom! A loud noise. A man with short blonde hair and sunglasses fell to the ground like a meteorite, crushing the ground into pieces, with dust and broken stones falling everywhere. A flamboyant pink feather coat swayed and billowed behind him. 2. Doflamingo. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Why is he here at the Navy headquarters? Did something happen? There was a commotion among the Navy crowd. The 7 Warlords of the Sea are legal pirates publicly recognized by the world government and the Navy headquarters. They have a certain degree of free plundering rights. Each of the 7 Warlords of the Sea has catastrophic destructive power and a huge combat power that rivals that of a country. The 7 Warlords of the Sea rely on their own strength and reputation to deter and attack ordinary pirates. Most of the 7 Warlords of the Sea are extremely powerful, so they are generally regarded by pirates as the running dogs of the world government. Except for the mandatory summons by the world government and the payment of a certain amount of income to the government, they can move freely at ordinary times without any interference from the government. But the essence of the 7 Warlords of the Sea is still pirates. Even if they are covered with a legal coat, their reputation in the Navy is still bad. Unless there are special circumstances, the members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea will not appear in front of the Navy at all, let alone come directly to this holy land of justice, Marineford. I'm in a bad mood, I advise you to put down your guns. Doflamingo sneered, licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, and scanned the bodies of the Navy with a cruel look of choosing people to eat. The Navy frowned, exchanged a look quickly, and then silently put away their weapons. Although they also wanted to shoot the head of this arrogant bastard. But Doflamingo is one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea after all, and is the nominal ally of the Navy. Hey, 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 hey! That's right, it would be great if every Navy was as sensible as you. But, there are always some guys who don't know how to live or die. Doflamingo laughed strangely when he saw this scene. He raised his head and looked at the huge central military fortress standing in front of the naval port. On the iron-like wall, 2 black characters were painted in a flamboyant manner: Justice. Justice. Hey, 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 hey! Bullshit justice! Doflamingo laughed mockingly. He suddenly took a deep breath. Boom! Suddenly, a majestic, terrifying and violent aura exploded in his body like a flood, spreading wildly in all directions. The airwaves and waves visible to the naked eye swept up with Doflamingo as the center. The faces of thousands of elite Navy soldiers around turned extremely pale, and they knelt on one knee with their spears, trying their best to bear this overwhelming and terrifying air pressure. Even many young Navy soldiers with weakened strength rolled their eyes directly, their pupils gradually became dilated, and they fainted and fell to the ground. When the storm started, everyone stared at Doflamingo, who was standing in the center of the storm with his arms open and laughing loudly, with a horrified look in their hearts. Doflamingo, this madman! How dare he act wildly in Marineford? Looking at the panic of countless Navy officers in front of him, who were staggering and had to kneel on one knee to endure the aura he exuded, Doflamingo had a sick and twisted smile on his face. Yes, that's it. Humble mortals should kneel on the ground like a dog to please their masters. I am Doflamingo. I am the god with the most noble and sacred bloodline in this sea. He looked at the towering central military fortress and laughed loudly. Old man Sengoku. I came here from Dressrosa to visit you. You are hiding from me like this, which is too disrespectful to me. He 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 he. If you don't come out, I will kill the navy here. He licked his lips, raised his hands, and bent his fingers slightly, outlining the shape of chicken claws. Kill them all. Chapter 75 The Shackles of the Navy. Kill them all. After the words fell, all the Navy officers present stared at the blond man in the flamingo feather coat with the eyes of a madman, as if they had heard something extremely absurd. He's crazy. Doflamingo is already crazy. He actually dared to come to the Navy headquarters to act wild? But under the pressure of Doflamingo's surging and violent domineering aura, these Navy officers even found it extremely difficult to maintain a standing posture. That's almost enough, Doflamingo. At this time, a low and solemn voice suddenly came from the direction of the central military fortress. The moment the voice appeared, the violent wind and waves and the suffocating pressure suddenly disappeared within a second. The young Navy officers who were staggering looked in the direction of the voice with a lingering shock, and then their eyes lit up. Steady footsteps sounded. The wide white cape swayed gently with the man's footsteps. He wore a pair of frog glasses, his long beard was tied into a braid, there was a seagull symbolizing navy on his military cap, and a big head of explosive hair was hidden under the cap. The middle-aged man who looked gentle and refined gave all the Navy present an unprecedented sense of security the moment he appeared. Marshal of the Navy Headquarters, Buddha's Warring States. Walking slowly, he stared at Doflamingo with a cruel smile on his lips with a gloomy look, and said coldly, "Are you just trying to vent your anger? If you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to go to such great lengths to intimidate young people. This is the holy land of justice, not Dressrosa. This is not the demeanor that a Shishibukai should have." There was a hint of threat in Warring State's tone, but the deepest part of his eyes was filled with imperceptible helplessness. This guy, since he got the title of Shishibukai, has become more and more arrogant and domineering. When Doflamingo saw Sengoku, he sneered. Hey, 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 Sengoku! I know the bearing of Shishibukai better than anyone else. But, there are some people in your navy who don't take me, Shishibukai, seriously. He faced Sengoku, the Navy Admiral, with a mocking and sarcastic expression, unscrupulous. Afraid? Afraid? Why should he, Doflamingo, be afraid of the Navy? Even the Navy Admiral is not qualified to make Doflamingo afraid. When the world government conferred titles on Shishibukai, it would sign an agreement with the pirates who accepted the titles. There is a clear statement in this signed agreement: pirates with the title of 7 warlords of the sea will be protected by the world government. Before they are deprived of the title, organizations under the world government shall not arrest or actively attack them. It is precisely because of this agreement clause recognized by the world government that Doflamingo did not hesitate to take the risk of offending the world government to rob Tenjojin and seize the title of 7 warlords of the sea. As a member of the former world nobles, the Celestial Dragons, Doflamingo has received the best political education on this sea since he was a child. In that environment, he has a clear understanding of the limitations of the Navy's power system. In other words, he knows more about the ways of the world government, the Navy, and the 7 warlords of the sea than anyone else. The Navy is a military organization under the world government, and all actions must be disciplined. Even the admirals of the Navy cannot attack him. Unless the legal procedures of the world government are followed and the hat of 7 warlords of the sea on his head is taken off, he can move. Otherwise, the Navy would attack its allies, and those who did so would be investigated and held accountable by the world government. The identity of the Shishibukai is his biggest umbrella in front of the Navy, allowing him to put pressure on the Navy and attack the Navy without restraint. And in the original plot, he did the same. After the end of the war on the top, in order to hide the secret, he directly attacked Smoker, the Vice Admiral of the Navy G5 branch, and wanted to kill the latter directly. If it weren't for the former Admiral Aokiji Kyuzen who happened to arrive at that time, Smoker would have died without a doubt. Doflamingo is a cunning, treacherous, and extremely smart person. He killed Smoker, a Vice Admiral of the headquarters, and the Navy headquarters didn't dare to say anything. After all, his identity as a Shishibukai and a celestial dragon was there. Even in the Dressrosa incident, wasn't Fujitora, the then Admiral of the Navy headquarters, trapped in a birdcage by him? It is true that Fujitora is a Navy Admiral. If they really fight one-on-one, Doflamingo will naturally not be so arrogant as to think that he is Fujitora's opponent. But Fujitora is a Navy. He is bound by the Navy's discipline. But Aokiji Kyuzen is different. Aokiji Kyuzen, who saved Smoker at that time, has left the Navy and is a free man without any constraints. The Navy's responsibility and discipline no longer have any binding force on him, so Doflamingo will directly give up the plan to kill Smoker. Doflamingo is crazy and arrogant, but his ability to judge the situation is also second to none in this sea. The reason why he can run wild here in the Navy headquarters. To a large extent, it is because he knows very well that whether it is the Navy Marshal Sengoku or any other general, they will not dare to attack him because of discipline and fear of his identity. This is his biggest reliance on Doflamingo. The justice that the Navy carries, and the uniforms they wear, are the biggest shackles that restrict their actions. I didn't expect the last chapter to have such a big reaction. I'll explain it here a little bit. Don't worry, it won't collapse. No one knows pirates better than me. Smiling Doghead.jpg. Chapter 76 Zephyr, do you have any objections? At the same time, in the Admiral's office. Allah, it's really noisy. A lazy voice sounded on the sofa. He wore a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt, and a large navy coat. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Aokiji Kyuzen. Kyuzen yawned and slowly pulled up his eye mask. He looked out the window sleepily, then looked away boredly and pulled down the eye mask again. He looked like he was going to sleep again. Stinky boy, aren't you going to join in the fun? Beside Kyuzen, Garp was holding a bag of senbei in his hand and eating them vigorously, and occasionally picking his nose with the same finger. Kyuzen shook his head with a nonchalant look on his face and said, Mr. Garp is not interested, right? He stopped talking and changed to a more comfortable position to sleep. Garp looked at Kyuzen's lack of enthusiasm for everything, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. He sighed secretly. That mission that year completely changed Kyuzen. He changed from a passionate young man who followed him around and laughed and was full of confidence in justice to a lazy guy who either slept on the sofa and waited for death or rode a bicycle to travel around the sea at public expense. This is also the sadness of being a Navy. Missions, orders, responsibilities, and that military uniform are a hurdle that countless Navy officers cannot cross in their lifetime. This is also the reason why a mere Shishibukai dared to run wild in the holy land of justice, Marineford. Garp touched his head with a melancholy look on his face and glanced out the window. Forget it, let Sengoku worry about it. He muttered and tore open a brand new pack of senbei again. It seemed that everything that happened outside was not as interesting to him as the pack of senbei in his hand. The wind stopped at some point. Pieces of dark clouds covered the earth. The countless white seagull flags flying in the sky also drooped down with the wind stopping, listless. Sengoku gritted his teeth and stared at Doflamingo, who was sneering unruly in front of him. Under the wide sleeves of his military uniform, his fists were clenched tightly without him realizing it. Sengoku knew very well how difficult this bastard Doflamingo was. Dealing with him, you are bound by your hands and feet everywhere, and you suffer a lot of humiliation. This is why Sengoku noticed Doflamingo coming the moment he landed on the island, but did not show up immediately. It was not for anything else, but he simply felt a headache. But Doflamingo was so cruel that he threatened the thousands of Navy soldiers on the scene, and Sengoku had to show up. Because he knew that Doflamingo really dared to kill everyone here. In fact, he knew very well why Doflamingo did this, but just to establish his authority, to prove his determination not to give up. Doflamingo, go back. This is not the place for you to run wild. At this time, an old voice sounded behind Sengoku. Sengoku was stunned. Zaya. He turned around and saw the wrinkled Tsuru staff slowly walking to his side, looking at Doflamingo calmly. He. Vice Admiral Tsuru, it's been a long time since we last met. How are you doing recently? When Doflamingo saw Tsuru's staff, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Back in the North Sea, it was this old woman who chased him all over the sea. That was the darkest and most miserable time for Doflamingo since he went to sea. But now, it's different. Staff Officer Crane smiled and said. If you, kid, can behave better and not cause so much trouble to an old man like me, I promise that I can live to be 100 years old. Doflamingo spread his hands and smiled innocently. It's not up to me. It was your navy that started it first. I have a very good friend who was killed by your navy. I came here this time for no other reason. My friend is very strong and capable. I just want to see the navy with extraordinary courage and strength with my own eyes and make friends with him. You all should know my character. I like making friends the most. He laughed crazily again. The faces of Sengoku and Staff Officer Crane changed slightly when they heard this. This guy, is he going to ask for someone in person? I heard that you like making friends very much. I wonder if I am qualified. A voice suddenly sounded from the side of the naval port. Everyone was stunned. Doflamingo was also stunned. In the rolling yellow sand, a burly and tall purple-haired figure, dragging a huge mechanical arm, walked over with his head held high. Teacher Zifa! It's Teacher Zifa! The Navy officers present couldn't help but exclaimed, looking at that figure with a fanatical admiration. That's their teacher. Teacher Zifa who taught them all the skills. Sengoku and Tsuru looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. How could Zifa, who never cared about military affairs, appear here? But in just a moment, the wise men all realized something and were slightly shocked. Could it be? A thought popped up in their minds. Ignoring their expressions, Zephyr came to Doflamingo and said coldly. I killed your friend. Doflamingo. He looked down at Doflamingo from a high position, and suddenly a smile appeared on his lips that was more arrogant, more rampant, and more unscrupulous than Doflamingo. Do you have any objections? I have updated here in the afternoon. I am a little stuck. I will go out to climb the mountain to relax. There are still 2,000 to 3,000 words in the evening. I wish you all a happy weekend. Chapter 77. This is Zephyr. I killed him. Doflamingo, do you have any objections? Zephyr's voice exploded in the minds of everyone on the scene like thunder, shocking them all over. In an instant, the huge naval headquarters naval port was silent and fell into a dead silence. Sengoku and Staff Officer Crane couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw the unconcealed astonishment in each other's eyes. How many years has it been since Zifa showed up in the military? Since that incident, he has been obsessed with the affairs of the military academy, and he wants to teach the next generation of young Navy with all his heart. In addition, even if the Navy had violent conflicts with large pirate groups in the New World many times during this period, he never had any opinions or actions. But now, facing a strong celestial dragon like Doflamingo, the King's 7 warlords, he just went straight up. No. I killed him. At this time, a young voice suddenly sounded. Sengoku was stunned. Staff Officer Crane was stunned. Even Zifa himself was a little confused. A young Navy man suddenly stood up and walked out from the crowd of Navy men. He looked at Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with his head held high and his chest puffed out. His eyes were red and he said, "I killed him." As soon as the words fell, another voice sounded. "No. I killed him." Then, one after another, resolute voices with anger and persistence continued to sound. The thousands of Navy elites before, one after another, supported their trembling bodies, gritted their teeth and looked at Doflamingo, their figures standing straight. "I killed him! I killed him!" The loud voices turned into a huge wave. This group of Navy soldiers who should have trembled under the majesty and domineering aura of Doflamingo, the Dragon King, burst out with unprecedented amazing will and waves from nowhere, and their momentum was like moving mountains and filling the sea. Doflamingo's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The still wind suddenly roared again. The white seagull flag was flapping in the strong wind, crackling like a dense war drum. He saw more and more Navy soldiers rushing out from the various military fortresses of Marineford. "It's just a pirate. I killed him. I killed him. How is it?" A cold voice sounded. It was a figure with messy long hair, a mustache, and a gloomy and severe expression. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Spider Demon. "Yes, it happened that I went out to sea before and defeated several pirate groups. Maybe I accidentally killed him." Another voice came out with a light smile. It was T-Pig holding a toothpick in his mouth and appeared next to Zifa. "No, no, no, maybe I killed him." Vice Admiral Doberman, wearing a military cap and with a resolute face, sneered. 1, 2, 3. Figures flew from various military fortresses, performing shaving and moon steps. They were the general officers of the Navy headquarters. Jean Guo looked at the scene in front of him with a shocked face, and a huge wave of waves rose in his heart. Staff Officer Tsuru's old eyes were full of emotion. She looked at the figures standing in front of Zifa one by one, and a mellow smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Zifa, you are really worthy of you. You don't show up easily, but when you show up, it's a momentum of heaven and earth." He is their teacher. This day, perhaps the most sensational, the most unique shouts and roars. From high-ranking officers at the level of Vice Admiral to ordinary school officers, dense figures stood resolutely in front of their most respected teacher. This is not the charge horn to launch an attack in the war. But it is far more exciting than the fight to charge into the enemy camp. 1 person. 2 people. 3 people. Hundreds of people. Thousands of people. Facing the arrogance and tyranny of Doflamingo, countless of them have been holding back their anger. The celestial dragons are great. The 7 warlords of the sea are great. Can you also take revenge on all the officers of our Navy headquarters? Why can you run to this holy land of justice just because you are a celestial dragon? Lin Fanduo is going wild? It is natural for the Navy to kill pirates, isn't it? At this moment, thousands of resolute figures stood in front of Zifa, and the cloaks of justice behind them were constantly fluttering in the wind. From a distance, it looked like a boiling blue and white ocean. The bursting emotions and anger erupted like a volcano at this moment. Perhaps each of them is different. They have different backgrounds. They each shoulder different justice and beliefs. Some people believe in radical justice. Some people are relatively conservative. Various personalities, backgrounds, and ranks have created completely different characteristics for each of them. But putting aside all these differences, for those present for the Navy who have long been dissatisfied with Doflamingo's arrogant attitude, apart from their identities, status, and beliefs, each of them has the same identity. They are all Navy. They are all brave Navy. No matter who the Navy who killed Doflamingo's so-called friend is, they will not allow a pirate to come to their door and clamor for them to hand him over. Hand him over? What a joke! That's their comrade in arms. What is a comrade in arms? It is a comrade in arms who puts aside all political opinions and fights together until the last moment on the battlefield. If they can't even protect their own comrades in arms, what kind of shit navy are they? They might as well roll up their quilts and go home to grow sweet potatoes. Besides, Teacher Zifa has already stood up. Can they still watch such a dying old man alone to bear such a heavy responsibility? Is it possible that such a large navy can only rely on Teacher Zifa alone? In an instant, the soaring fighting spirit burst out from all the navy officers present, as if making the world pale in comparison. The sky was no longer gloomy. The wind blew. The battle flag of justice stood tall. Chapter 78 Zephyr, welcome back. All the navy officers stood on the ground of the naval port with their heads held high, facing the king's 7 warlords Doflamingo, as if venting their anger and resentment for many years. They have been patient for too long. The blood gradually began to boil in their bodies. These navy officers present were naturally not reckless and impulsive fools. Each of them was a ruthless person who had experienced hundreds of battles and even fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Each of them was the elite of the headquarters, and many of them were middle and high-level officers at the school level or even the general level. Their will was strong enough and their discipline was strict enough. Naturally, they would not disobey orders and foolishly try to challenge the authority of the world government. They didn't know the Marine who killed Doflamingo's men, and they still didn't know who that Marine was. But Doflamingo's arrogance completely hurt their pride, dignity, and blood. Think about it. They can reach the position they are in today, carrying the rank of colonel or even general on their shoulders. Is it really because they are very strong? Not necessarily. The Navy is a collective. In addition to individual strength, there are also brothers and comrades who sacrifice their lives on the battlefield. When a soldier sets foot on in the cruel battlefield, there are stray bullets, enemies, and explosions everywhere. Things that are usually considered precious by the world are no longer important. Family, wealth, power, status, reputation, these no longer exist. Each of them has only one identity left. And what they can rely on, besides the swords and guns in their hands, is the comrades standing beside them and fighting side by side with them. They are the comrades they can entrust their lives and deaths to. But Doflamingo, this bastard, actually came to them to ask for people with the title of the 7 warlords of the sea? They couldn't help it. Zeph, a prestigious and respected teacher, came directly, and ignited the anger that was suppressed to the extreme in their hearts, and completely made their emotions erupt like a volcano. Teacher Zifa stood up, and they were still cowardly. The Navy has never been a coward. Zeph stared at this scene blankly, and an unprecedented smile of relief bloomed on his wrinkled face, and his eyes were a little red. These are his students. These are his lovely students. Soldiers may be the cutest creatures in the world. Guarding the darkness, defending the light. They are the sword of justice, the strong wall of the weak. They are the most passionate men in the world. This is their shameless youth. As a teacher, the most comforting and joyful thing is to see your students walking on the right path and handsomely defending their inner beliefs. Office of the Admiral of the Navy. Kuzan had stood up from the sofa without knowing when. He stared blankly at the scene outside the window that was enough to make any Navy's blood boil, and held the eye mask that had been taken off very tightly in his hand. He seemed to feel the coldness that had been frozen for many years in his heart, and began to burn in the gradually boiling blood. Compared with other Navy, Kuzan knew Doflamingo's most feared identity better than them, the Celestial Dragon. No matter how time changes, the flag of the world government has been hanging high in this sea for 800 years. The Celestial Dragons are gods standing on this sea. He suddenly felt confused and bitter. A crazy idea took root in his mind. Perhaps, if I had the courage of Mr. Zifa back then. You are worthy of it, old bastard Zifa. Garp, who was standing next to him, leaned against the windowsill, eating rice crackers and laughing. He suddenly looked at Kuzan and said with a smile. What's wrong, Kuzan boy, do you still want to join in the fun now? Kuzan lowered his head and a faint smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. No, Mr. Garp. I only want to do one thing now. Garp asked curiously. Oh. Kuzan smiled. I really want to meet the Navy who let Mr. Zifa leave the military academy. He raised his head and looked into the distance outside the window. Under the no longer gloomy sky, a snow-white seagull flag rose high in the sky, facing the bright sun. Justice is dancing. He should be a very remarkable young man. Kuzan murmured. Garp was slightly stunned and stopped his movements. He subconsciously looked at the purple-haired figure on the naval port below, and suddenly smiled. Yes. How long has it been since he saw that old bastard Zifa walk out of the military academy? 1 year? 2 years? 5 years? No. I can't remember. He, Sengoku and Zifa were of the same period, and were the most dazzling generals in that turbulent era. Just like today's Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino, who stand on equal footing and support the highest fighting force of justice, Cap, Zifa, Sengoku and the other three also maintained a certain degree of competition. But privately, the relationship between the three of them was very good. Even to this day, Garp still has regrets in his heart. He has forgotten the feeling of fighting side by side with Zifa, the reckless and stubborn old bastard. And now, because of a navy, Zephyr finally walked out of the military academy that trapped him and came to the world. He wanted to open a smooth path for that young navy, through thorns and brambles. For a moment, Garp was also very curious about what kind of young man was worthy of Zifa to do this. But in any case, Garp was very happy to see his former comrades, to walk out of the haze and walk under the sun again. Zephyr, old bastard! Welcome back! Chapter 79 Akainu, are you teaching me how to do things? Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, at the naval port. Zephyr stared blankly at the backs standing in front of him, his eyes dazed for a moment. He knew everyone here, and he remembered them. He is 74 years old this year, and his memory is not as good as before. But he still remembers them. He still remembers them back then. Ghost Spider was a gloomy kid back then. Before he entered the military academy, his family members died because of pirates' robbery. This kid sharpened his knife day by day in the military academy, vowing to chop all the pirates to pieces. What about Doberman? His left eye has no pupil, and he has been blind for a long time. His face was covered with scars. Those were the scars he got when he was on an internship mission to avenge his comrades. Shaitan Kaji, who was always lazy and wanted to peek at girls taking a bath, but was often chased and beaten. Stolobiri, who had a long beard and always looked expressionless. Flying Squirrel, who was serious and a little rigid, was a handsome guy when he was young. Yes, these were all his students. The golden generation he educated. Zephyr blinked hard, trying to forget every bit of the past, but it couldn't be forgotten anyway. He suddenly laughed and cursed loudly. You bunch of bastards! I rarely come out to show off, but you have to snatch it from me, right? When everyone heard this, a gentle smile appeared on their lips. Even Ghost Spider and Stolobiri were no exception. At this moment, an inappropriate low and hoarse laugh sounded slowly. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Interesting. Really interesting. It's so interesting. Doflamingo's hideous laugh gradually grew louder, his face twisted with excessive anger, and a sickly flush emerged. He laughed so hard that his whole body trembled, his hands were curled into chicken claws, and tears flowed from his laughter. What a picture of the deep affection between master and apprentice! What a justice! Hey 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 hey, I'm dying of laughter. Almost the entire Navy headquarters wants to protect that ignorant Navy. Very good, very good. In this case, I have to get to know that interesting guy even more. Old man Sengoku. He suddenly turned his head to look at Sengoku, his eyes under the sunglasses were blood red, and his whole body exuded a demonic and violent aura. I need a name. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. At this time, a huge shadow suddenly enveloped Doflamingo. The grim smile and violence on his face suddenly disappeared. Tick! Tick! The sound of some liquid dripping on the ground suddenly sounded. The air began to boil. A blood-red color that seemed to be able to swallow everything suddenly roared up. Boom! There was only a deafening roar and explosion, and the magma with a temperature of thousands of degrees rose into the sky like a pillar of flame. The scalding heat wave rolled up a violent and explosive wind, blowing the dust into dance, and everyone present was shocked and shocked. Even the three navy bosses, Sengoku, Zifa and Crane, were confused. In the admiral's office, Garp muttered and turned around. Kuzan smiled, lay back on the sofa, and put on his eye mask. It is true that the Navy is a disciplined department. It is true that Doflamingo has a special identity. But there are always some guys who don't follow the rules. Boom! The magma that was spewing and swallowing continued to expand, like a mad blood-red giant dog. Doflamingo's figure suddenly shot out from the churning magma, and his feet plowed two traces of dozens of meters on the ground. His face was changing constantly, and deep fear flashed under his sunglasses. In the magma that was rising into the sky, the first thing that emerged was a pair of shiny black military boots, followed by a pair of scarlet suit trousers. Then came a tall figure in a dark red suit. A cold, gloomy face, wearing a military cap, and black leather gloves on his fists. A snow-white, white admiral's cloak was rustling behind him, as if stirring the harshest iron and blood. He wore a red rose on his chest. The hot magma was crawling and sliding down from the surface of his body, burning the earth into terrifying charred pits, making a sizzling sound that made people's scalps numb. The Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, the highest combat power of the world government. Akainu Sakaski. Zepha's mouth twitched. Sakaski, this stinky boy, was really unreasonable. Warring States secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I have to admit that Sakaski's move relieved his pressure. So, Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Akainu, have you decided to break the agreement between the government and the 7 warlords of the sea? Doflamingo sneered. Sakaski looked at him expressionlessly, and his entire right arm was glowing scarlet. The scorching temperature and the hellish killing breath rose from his body. Doflamingo, are you teaching me how to do things? Doflamingo's face froze. Although he had more or less heard that Sakaski was a madman who did his own thing before, he didn't expect that this bastard would completely ignore the rules and the government's face. Doflamingo, I'll give you 5 seconds. The black smoke rolled out from Sakaski's right arm. Get out of Marineford within 5 seconds. He began to walk. His steps were firm, and the ground cracked with every step. Sakaski, stop! Zhangguo said with a nervous expression. You will be held accountable by the government. Sakaski raised a reckless arc at the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, I will naturally explain to the government. He didn't stop at all. Doflamingo saw that even the order of the Navy Admiral Sengoku couldn't stop the madman Sakaski, so he gritted his teeth and flew straight up. The pink feather coat fluttered behind him. Very good, I'll remember you. Navy. Sakaski took a step forward. You talk too much nonsense. He began to swing his fists. Boom. Huge lava fists whizzed up from his constantly swinging fists, like a sky full of fire and meteors, covering Doflamingo. Doflamingo's figure kept dodging in the air and gradually disappeared in the distant clouds. The sky was dyed red by the light of the lava. Doflamingo's crazy laughter came from a very far distance, lingering in everyone's mind. Since you all want to protect that navy, then, the real game will officially begin now. Chapter 80, The Highest Training Sequence. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, the highest military conference room. Marshal Buddha Sengoku of the Navy Headquarters rubbed his temples in distress, looking at Zifa's rogue look who had nothing to do with it, and couldn't help cursing. "Tell me, Zifa, you old bastard, you usually hide when I ask you to attend military affairs, and now you finally come out of the military academy, and you cause such a big trouble for me." In the conference room, almost all the senior officials of the Navy headquarters have already attended. Akainu Sakaski, Aokiji Kyuzan, Garp, Crane Staff Officer, Zifa, Mamoda Sajai, and Chiton. Zeph smiled and said, "This matter is very simple to say, for the specific situation, let's take a look at this file." He handed several documents to everyone present. Zhang Guo and others frowned and opened the documents handed over by Zifa in confusion. As they kept flipping through the documents, each of them frowned more and more. When they had read almost everything, Zifa's expression gradually became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "The Navy who killed Doflamingo's subordinates is the chief of our Naval Academy this year, named Ron." "Ron?" Zhang Guo seemed to remember something. "Is it the student who mastered the ability of ninjutsu that you mentioned to me before?" Zifa nodded. Zhang Guo shook his head. He had quarreled with Zifa once because of Ron, a military academy student. He didn't expect that this incident was caused by that brat again. Zifa ignored Zhang Guo and continued. "Fanatical explosion Gerard is Ron's internship mission target. But because our intelligence work was not done to the fullest, the mission risk that Ron had to bear far exceeded the standard of the internship mission for military academy students. As you can see, Fanatical Gerard is a cruel, crazy, and cunning pirate. He is different from ordinary pirates. He can slaughter and abandon even his subordinates without hesitation. Not to mention that he has a powerful weapon like the Power Rock in his hands." Zhang Guo's eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character, his fingers gently tapped the smooth conference table, and suddenly said, "Since you have realized that the mission target is far beyond the standard of the internship mission before contacting the mission target, why not terminate the mission directly?" Zifa looked at Zhang Guo quietly, and did not answer directly, but just said a name. "Maple Leaf Town." Warring States was silent. He saw the hidden anger in Zifa's eyes. He understood what Zifa meant. Did the tragedy of Maple Leaf Town make the boy named Ron refuse to terminate the mission? Warring States was also young. He was also a 20-year-old, young, and frivolous boy. So he could understand the decision and awareness of the military academy student named Ron. The most important thing is, even though he is over 50 years old now, when he saw the military document in front of him, he suddenly felt an irrepressible anger. And the words and data are cold. This document is not enough to depict the tragedy and sadness of the real situation in Maple Leaf Town. Seeing Zhang Guo's silence, Zifa took out another photo from his pocket and put it on the conference table. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank when they saw it. In a smoking ruin, a charred arm stretched out from the broken walls, as if trying to protect something. And a few meters away from the ruins was a blurry female corpse. Farther away, there were densely packed maple trees that were burned bare all over the mountains and countless corpses. Everyone was silent. They knew that if any of them were present, they would probably make the same choice as the young military school student. What a bullshit, 7 warlords of the sea! Well done! T-Pig suddenly jumped up from the stool with excitement, his pockmarked face flushed red. "It's amazing!" Kyuzan said with a smile. Garp sighed, his eyes a little dazed. Sakaski said coldly, "After he graduates, I hope he can come to my fleet and serve as my adjutant." Jun's beautiful eyes were slightly red. Zhang Guo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Perhaps not everyone values Ron as much as Zifa, but there is no doubt that at this moment, all the senior naval officers present expressed their approval of Ron's action without exception. "So do you understand now?" Zephyr said slowly. "Doflamingo's identity is indeed very sensitive, but there are some bottom lines that I think our Navy still needs to stick to. Jean Guo took a deep breath, suppressed the complex thoughts in his heart. And his eyes regained their usual calmness, and asked. I have another question. With Doflamingo's character, normally he would not do such a thing today. Everyone nodded secretly after hearing this. Indeed. As senior naval officers, all of them knew Don Quixote Doflamingo's character, origin, background, and true identity better than other naval officers. That insidious and cunning guy, like a venomous snake, would not normally do such a reckless thing as running to the headquarters of the Navy. Zifa pointed to the document and said seriously. Because of the Power Rock. According to the report of Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, the head of Ron's inspection team, the Power Rock has an extremely terrible power. A fingernail-sized piece can blow up a warship. If there is enough equivalent, it is not difficult to flatten a country or even an island in an instant. This is a weapon with power comparable to the legendary ancient weapons. It's just that the nature of the Power Rock itself is extremely unstable. It will explode when it touches the air, and it is basically impossible to put it into use. According to Ron's own speculation, Gerard may have developed a way to stabilize the Power Rock, and Doflamingo may want to buy the Power Rock from Gerard. Bang! Jean Guo suddenly punched the conference table hard, and a clear fist appeared on the solid tabletop, and cracks emerged. Damn Doflamingo! What on earth does he want to do? Does he think that our Navy really doesn't know that he has been using his status as a Shishibukai to sell arms in the underground world these years? Zengoku gritted his teeth and suddenly turned his head to stare at Zephyr. What about the batch of Power Rocks in the hands of the fanatic explosion pirates? Such a powerful weapon must never be leaked. Otherwise, it will cause a disaster even more terrible than the Maple Leaf Town tragedy. It's already on the way. Zephyr said. Zengoku heard Zephyr's words, and the stone hanging in his heart fell gently. Hua Shaishan is a veteran vice admiral of the headquarters, with quite good strength and serious conduct. If the Power Rock is escorted by him personally, there will probably be no problem. I have another thing. Zephyr suddenly added. He slowly stood up from his seat, and the huge mechanical arm seemed extremely heavy. Zifa placed one hand on the conference table, leaning forward slightly with his burly body, staring at Jean Guo closely, and said something in a deep voice that made everyone present change their faces. I decided to put Ron in the highest training sequence of the military academy. Chapter 81 He deserves it. I decided to put Ron in the highest training sequence of the military academy. Zephyr's voice was loud and clear, like a thunder in the dry land, exploding in the minds of everyone in the conference room, with unquestionable determination. Shitun's eyes widened. Jun's beautiful eyes lit up. Staff Officer Tsuru looked stunned. Sakazuki frowned, but didn't say anything. Kyuzan looked at Teacher Zifa deeply. Garp stopped eating the senbei in his hand. Jean Guo's face was full of disbelief. He took a deep breath, looked at Zifa seriously, and suddenly shook his head and said, Zifa, I know you love your students very much. You want to use this action to protect Ron in your own name. I agree with your idea, but with Ron's current performance, I'm afraid he is not enough to enter the highest training sequence of the military academy. There was a hint of disapproval in his tone. The highest training sequence of the military academy is different from the training of ordinary military academy students. This is a training system specially used to train general-level combat reserve talents, which is completely independent of the teaching content of other military academy students. The most important thing is that the candidates who enter the highest training sequence are the direct disciples of Zifa, the chief instructor of the military academy. They will become Zifa's one-on-one and hand-in-hand guidance, get the best teaching resources of the military academy, and will be given a green light for training and serving in the army. It is simply a smooth road to heaven. Since the establishment of the military academy, there are only a handful of people who are qualified to enter the highest training sequence of the military academy. Akainu Sakazuki, Aokiji Kyuzan, Kizaru Borsellino, Magellan, Mamoda Sajai Jun, Shaitan Cake. They are all the most outstanding and dazzling talents in the navy system on this sea. They are monsters that make countless pirates tremble in fear. They have talents and combat power that make everyone of the same period pale in comparison. Only such talents know that the military will allocate huge political and military resources to give the greatest support to the candidates of the highest training sequence. Although Ron showed quite good combat power and military quality in this internship mission of annihilating the fanatical explosion pirate group, his intelligence search ability and intelligence analysis ability are eye-opening for the wise General Sengoku. But that's all. Maybe he works hard enough, maybe he is desperate enough, maybe smart enough, but he is not a monster, and is far less amazing than Sakazuki and others back then. This is the gap between ordinary people and monsters. Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Borsellino are the three of them. You can tell at a glance that they must be unstoppable generals. And what about Ron? The title of Admiral of the Navy is simply a long way away for him now. Hearing Zhang Guo's words, Zifa fell silent. Although the former did not explicitly refuse, the disapproving look in the other's eyes has already explained everything. However, the more Zhang Guo said this, the more unwilling Zifa became in his heart. Yes, unwilling. He has seen Ron, the brat, train hard and even faint in the middle of the night, just to become stronger. He has also seen Ron's determination to strive for the first place in every training class. He has seen that guy studying late at night and reviewing the content of cultural courses more than once. He also knows everything Ron has experienced in Maple Leaf Town. Why can't hard work beat genius? Perhaps for Sengoku, 100 Rons are no match for one Sakazuki. However, Zephyr disagrees. Because, he himself went through the same thing. He joined the Navy very early. Since he was a child, he dreamed of becoming a hero and wearing a military uniform. But this road is never easy. In that turbulent era, Zephyr met three of the most dazzling geniuses. Three geniuses who were in the same period as him and suppressed him so much that he couldn't breathe. And those three people were sitting in this conference room, right in front of him. Sengoku, Garp, Crane. Zephyr couldn't remember how many days and nights he had spent training like Ron in his youth. He also couldn't remember how many times he had trained in the biting cold and rainstorm while Garp and Sengoku were still sleeping in bed. He didn't have Sengoku's talent. He didn't have Garp's talent. He didn't have the wisdom and vision of Chief of Staff Crane. He only had a pair of fists covered with calluses. So, when Zephyr first saw the young figure training in the wind and rain on the training ground, the expression on his face was so complicated. At that time, he didn't think of others, but his past youth. And he came over. Even if he gritted his teeth and swallowed blood, even if his muscles twitched and tore, or even fainted, even if he made dozens of times more dangerous efforts than anyone else on the battlefield, and always rushed to the front line of the war. But he, Zephyr, finally did it. He is ranked among the admirals of the Navy headquarters. He has many students all over the world, and has taught generations of excellent naval officers. So what if he is a genius? So what if he is a monster? Hasn't he been pressed to the ground countless times by an ordinary person like me, but still had to respectfully call me Teacher Zifa? Since I can do it, Zifa believes that Ron, that brat, can definitely do it. So Zifa is unwilling. Why can't ordinary people defeat geniuses? Zephyr does not discriminate against geniuses and monsters because of his past and history. He does not hate geniuses. He simply thinks that the boy who tries his best to become stronger, even at the risk of his life, and wants to protect his inner beliefs, otherwise he will be unsatisfied, deserves this opportunity. He deserves it. He deserves it. Chapter 82 How to Spend One's Life. Just when Zifa was about to persuade Zhang Guo again, a powerful and old voice suddenly sounded from outside the door of the highest military conference room. It's really lively. Zifa, you little brat, you never step out of the military academy, and you just caused such a big trouble for me as soon as you came out. Hearing this voice, everyone in the conference room suddenly changed color, stood up from their seats, and looked respectful. Even Garp put away the bag of senbei, Kuzan restrained his lazy expression, and Sakaski straightened his military cap. This voice, and the sentence "Zafa little brat. Who on this sea can laugh and scold Zifa, a former admiral with many students all over the world, in front of so many high-ranking Navy officers?" The answer is about to come out. The door of the conference room slowly opened, and two messengers saluted respectfully. A burly tall figure walked in with steady steps. A large white cape fluttered behind him, his naked upper body was carved with crisscrossing scars and knotted muscles. Bronze skin, Magansky hairstyle. Just standing there, he gave everyone an incomparable sense of oppression, like an insurmountable iron wall. Zhang Guo raised his hand and saluted solemnly. "General Kong." Kong. Former Navy Admiral, Commander-in-Chief of the World Government, Navy code name Steel Bone. Steel Bone Kong nodded at him, then waved his hand indifferently, motioning everyone to sit down. "Don't be nervous, sit down, especially you Zhang Guo, you are already old, but you are still as nervous as a child when you see me." A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Guo's mouth. "That's not because you beat him up. Too many. Song Wukong is now over 100 years old. It can be said without hesitation that Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and Crane, the Navy veterans, were all trained by him. On this sea, he is the only one who can deserve to call Zephyr a smelly brat." Zifa's expression was also somewhat awkward, and his expression was actually a bit like a child seeing a teacher. He shouted sullenly. "Why did you come here, old man Kong?" Cyborg Kong glared at him unhappily and snorted. "Isn't it you who caused the trouble?" Doflamingo ran away from Marineford in disgrace, and the 5 elders came to my office to complain as soon as I turned around. Doflamingo, although he has been disqualified from living in the Holy Land, he has the blood of the celestial dragons after all. You also know that the group of old men in the government like to do things like maintaining the dignity of the celestial dragons the most, such as giving birth to children without anus. Cyborg Kong swaggered to a seat and sat down. He touched a cigar from the cigar box in front of Zhang Guo and lit it by himself. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched slightly. Only someone with the status of General Kong of the Steel Bone would dare to say something like giving birth to children without anus. "Then tell me, Zifa. I heard you say outside the door that you want to put your student into the highest training sequence." Steel Bone Kong glanced at Zifa and blew out a thick smoke ring from his mouth. "Yes, General Kong," Zifa said in a deep voice, and handed the document in his hand to Steel Bone Kong. Steel Bone Kong waved his hand impatiently and said, "Don't show this to me, you stinky boy, I'm dizzy. What kind of bullshit information are these? Do you think I haven't seen them before I came here? You tell me yourself. What do you think?" He squinted at Zifa. The gaze has weight. Especially Steel Bone Kong, the commander-in-chief of all the military forces of the world government, his gaze is naturally as heavy as Mount Tai. Zifa suddenly felt indescribable pressure. He fell silent, his mind spinning and thinking rapidly, thinking about what kind of words to use to make General Kong agree. He thought about telling the story of how Ron first met him. He also thought about telling what Ron said in Maple Leaf Town. But in the end, he rejected all of these. He took a deep breath and met the weighty look of Kong Gang. "He is unwilling, and neither am I," Zifa said hoarsely. Silence. Dead silence. For a long time. Wait until the cigar in his hand burned out, wait until a layer of cold sweat overflowed from Zifa's back, wait until the wind outside the window gradually died down. Kong Gang did not speak. He just closed his eyes, as if he was thinking. At this time, the Crane staff officer, who had been silent since the beginning of the meeting, suddenly spoke. In fact, I have another interesting piece of information about this military academy student Ron. It may not be very important, but it can be included in the reference standard. She took out a thin folder as she spoke. Zifa was slightly stunned when she said this. The others were also a little surprised. Information? What did Staff Officer Crane mean? They all looked at Staff Officer Crane. Staff Officer Crane winked at Zifa obscurely, and then smiled and said. General Kong. This is the answer sheet given by military student Ron in a theoretical exam in our military academy. Steelbone Kong opened his old eyes, and a sharp gleam flashed in the deepest part of his eyes. He said with interest. Oh? Zia-he, what is the theme of this exam? Staff Officer Crane sat up straight and said seriously. How should a person spend his life? I went to see a doctor in the afternoon. I'll see if I can write a chapter on the subway. If not, I'll update it in the evening. Seeking all support. Chapter 83 Ron's Answer Sheet End of Volume 1. How should a person spend his life? This is a good question. Some people say that a successful life is worth living. But you can't define success. Some people say that the life of an ordinary person is very powerless. Full of envy, but never get it. Trust others, but only face betrayal. Try your best, but can't do anything. Full of dreams, but gradually smooth it out the edges. Fighting bravely, but just a mantis blocking the car. Striving hard, but can never catch up with the uterus lottery. Desire for wealth, but in the eyes of others, it is easy to cut leaks. Desire for love, but can only make do with blind dates for a lifetime. Cowardly as a mouse, but can only deceive yourself that a plain life is a blessing. Achievements are nothing, but can only tell others that it's good to be free of disasters and diseases. Die on the street, but can only comfort yourself that you died in a blazing manner. Can't die, but can only force yourself to sing at least I once had a dream. The life of an ordinary person is a life of shit. But is this really the truth? Is the life of an ordinary person really so unacceptable? I don't think so. Some people graduate from military school at the age of 20, but find true justice at the age of 50. Some people have never received any education, but find their favorite career at the age of 18. Some people are born with a lot of money, but they are not happy at all. Some people know what they want at the age of 16, but change their minds at the age of 26. Some people have children but are still single. Some people get married but don't love each other. Some people clearly love each other but don't stay together. Some people are born ordinary but live happily. What I want to say is, don't let others and the outside world define your life. Everything in life depends on your own time, your own progress, and your own choices. Some friends around you may be far ahead of you. Some friends may lag behind you. But everything has its own rhythm. They have their rhythm, and you have your own. Be patient. I also understand that not everyone can become the hero that everyone is paying attention to. Not everyone has the talent to make the world make way for them. But this does not mean that we can't spend our lives in our own way, in the way we like. In my opinion, this is the real success. When you are training in the dark, the moonlight of Marineford accompanies you. When you grit your teeth and persist, the aurora of the red earth continent is blooming in all colors. When you stick to your post, the giant sea kings in the doldrums are roaring and dancing for you. When you put on the cloak of justice, the world will shine because of your existence. Those seemingly uneventful days will one day let you see the meaning of persistence. This may not be an easy road to take. But believe me, my friend, there is never an easy road in this world. Since we are wearing military uniforms, we will naturally witness more sins with our own eyes and bear heavier burdens than others. But this is our responsibility. If the sky never gets light, then live in the dark. If it is dangerous to make a sound, then keep silent. If you feel that you are unable to shine, then don't illuminate others. But don't get used to darkness and defend it. Don't be complacent about your own mediocrity. Don't mock those who are braver and more passionate than you. You can be humble like dust, but you can't be twisted like maggots. If you think the Navy is not good, go build it. If you think your motherland is not good, go transform it. If you think the world is not as you wish, go change the world. The place where you stand is your justice. What you do, the Navy will be. What you are, justice is. If you have light, this sea is no longer dark. When a person tiptoes hard to get close to the sun, the whole world can't block his light. Everyone. The test questions of the times have been listed. As a Navy, as a member of justice, the answers of each of us are extremely important. This may be the worst era, but it is also the best era. We will raise the seagull flag in the ashes of sin, and the glory of justice will illuminate this dark era. I hope all the righteous people will get rid of their coldness and just move forward, without listening to the words of those who give up on themselves. Those who can do things can do them, and those who can fight can fight. If you have a little heat, you can give off a little light. Even if you are like a firefly, you can give off a little light in the dark without waiting for a torch. This is the best life for us as a Navy. Then, let's get back to the theme of this paper. How should a person's life be spent? I think that as a Navy, each of us should spend our life like this. When he looks back on the past, he will not regret wasting his years, nor will he be ashamed of being mediocre. In this way, when he dies, he can say, "My whole life and all my energy have been dedicated to the most magnificent cause on this sea, fighting for the most noble justice." Justice. Maybe we don't have enough strength, status, and reputation to influence and change the world now, but this doesn't mean we have nothing to do. The essay on paper has come to an end, but the story of this world is still moving forward. No matter you and I are in high positions or humble positions, our hearts must be full of blessings and beauty. Even if there is a strong wind, life will never give up. May you all be sharp and unmatched. Military school student, Ron. In the conference room, as the low voice of the Crane staff slowly came out, everyone fell into silence. They had never heard such thrilling and heart-touching words. Even the usually calm and rational Jean Guo himself felt as if something hot was about to burst out of his chest. Kuzan lowered his head, and his fists were clenched tightly without knowing when. Sakaski let out a long breath. Shatun was panting and was about to say something when Garp next to him jumped up and slapped the conference table in front of him into pieces, and shouted with a red face. "Well written. I agree. Zifa, train this brat to death. If you can't do it, I will do it myself. I don't believe that I can't train a Navy admiral." Everyone smiled kindly. Zephyr's eyes were red, and the smile on his mouth was indescribable. More than wanton. All of them stared at Commander Kong with burning eyes, waiting for his answer. "Zephyr." Kong opened his eyes and suddenly smiled. "You have a good student." Zephyr grinned, "Of course." Jean Guo sighed and asked Kong tentatively. "Commander Kong, what about the government?" Kong sneered. "The 5 elders' complaints are not qualified for us to hand over our future admirals." Everyone was overwhelmed by the words. "What about Doflamingo?" Jean Guo asked again. Kong shook his head. "That is a problem that Ron has to deal with himself. We have helped him bear the positive pressure. If he can't even handle such a thing, then he is not qualified to shoulder our expectations of him." Jean Guo nodded. With Doflamingo's vengeful nature, he will never give up. But this is the path that Ron wants to take. Thinking of this, everyone in the conference room fell silent. They subconsciously looked out the window. The originally calm sea surface was once again stirred up. The white seagull flags danced wildly in the sky. The wind rose. The first volume of The Wind Rises in Marineford is finished. To be honest, this volume is a bit dragged out. In order to portray the characters and emotions, the length is relatively longer, but it can be regarded as the story of Ron from the headquarters to Maple Leaf Town. Some readers have mentioned that Doflamingo is too arrogant and a bit of a failure. Here I can only say that maybe everyone's understanding of anime is different, and I still stick to my idea. Minga is a very crazy and contradictory person. The power rock is a very important line, which is very important to him. Coupled with the word garbage, it completely broke him down, so he did things that hardened the Navy headquarters. He can do it. And he will have a lot of scenes later. The second volume, which I personally think will be one of the 2 most exciting volumes in this book, will not disappoint you. I hope you will give me a favor and remember to read it. I want to be on Spark. I wrote this chapter in the hospital using my mobile phone. It is not too much to ask for more updates and watch some ads, right? Doghead.jpg. I wish you all the best and good health. Spoiler alert, the second volume is called Flames Burning the Sky.